wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn. Fool things come to raid clan nest. Summon tell courage to defend Hell Pit.
Hello. Oh my gosh, y'all raided. Holy crap. We literally, I just started stream. I just sat down. How are you raiding the millisecond I'm doing that? It's guardsman, not guardsmen. He's singular. He's a singular entity. Well, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I'm logging in to Final Fantasy 14. Hope y'all are doing well. I'm so excited for today. I'm so excited for today because we're finally starting the main story quest after months of leveling. The leveling is put aside. Also, I am working on a mini right now. Can y'all guess what mini I'm working on? Based on this thing, I can't say too much about it because it's a surprise. But I busted out my toolkit and I've been meticulously building and painting with gray stuff because I got my liquidated plastic. Don't know, you can buy liquid cement and it melts GW plastic, so you put a bunch of plastic in there like your sprues. You melt all your sprues down into the liquid cement, and it you could use this to paint over the mold lines or like the join lines or the model joins together, and it makes them invisible, and it makes it look like the model came out fully printed. Such as is not Nagash. That is way too small for Nagash. Nagash is hilariously bigger than that. But welcome, one and all, to the stream. It's good to see you all. I'm proud to recognize the base. That base, but I'm also disappointed I should touch more grass. No, you can say what it is. If you know what it is, I encourage you to say what it is. That way I could be like, you're wrong if you're wrong. Time for lore. We actually are doing lore today. We're finally going to be finding out what the fuck the aftermath of Stormblood is. We're gonna do a little bit of like Beast Tribe and leveling shenanigans. Not leveling, but like we're gonna do a little daily shenanigans at the start here, just to give people time to get in into the stream. But the main focus for today, we're also actually going to do some dungeons that I somehow have not done yet. But after we do those dungeons, we're going to be hopping into the post-game post Stormblood content, which I'm so excited for because it's been months. Like, we've done a lot of really, really good leveling, but holy moly, is it taking a while. No gameplay? You don't need gameplay. You just need to look at my presence, my immaculate red-colored hair, and my beauteous shining face, and you should thank me for that opportunity. Everything else is unnecessary. You never physically seen most models? I've yet to see anyone identify what the actual mini is. I'm a little sus that none of y'all actually know what mini that is. Okay, we're just gonna knock out our Beast Tribe daily. This one, really, we don't need to worry about the other ones as much. Though, I guess we could hop onto one of our, like, 50 or 60 careers. Solmido! 1,000 points to Solmido. It is indeed a Hurricane, Spirit of the Wind. We also would have taken an, Elementary, Spirit of Wind, or just a Lumineth Fox Spirit. Any of those would have been acceptable answers. But it is indeed a Lumineth Realm Lord's Wind Elementary. I'm making a thing. Yes, it is an AOS mini. Because remember, it's a round base. See, it's a round base. Round bases means it's AOS or 40k. Square base would mean it's fantasy, but this is a round base, and you can see it's just a wind tunnel. That there's gonna be a little fox and stuff. You're a genius pronouncing it like that? That's how it's supposed to be pronounced. It's a joke name. His name is Hurricane. Like, you could be like, oh, it's supposed to be Huracan. It's like, no, it's Games Workshop we're talking about. The GW obviously named him Hurricane on purpose. But how is everyone? Froggy and First Guardsman, I don't know if you're still here. You might have pieced out. By the way, if you're ready to, don't feel like you have to stick around for this. I know Final Fantasy 14 isn't necessarily everybody's cup of tea, especially if y'all are coming in from 40k stuff. But I hope you're all really, really doing well. If you don't know me, hi, hello, I'm Lord Master Sotek, considered one of the premier authorities on Warhammer Fantasy lore and literature. I do a lot of stuff revolving around Warhammer Fantasy, but I'm actually thinking about getting more into some 40k stuff. I got bribed to start reading the Horus Heresy. I've read the first book. I'm actually working on a video that I'm going to make that's basically my thoughts and review on it, which I suspect is going to be very controversial, because boy, do I have thoughts on that book. But I also am looking forward to the new edition, and I was curious if y'all have any thoughts on the new edition. I haven't really sat down and read the rules yet. I'm intending to do so sometime soon. A rank spotted. But I would very much like to play Tyranids in the new edition, because I do love, and I mean absolutely love, my dinosaur dragon bug boys, alien things. But hopefully everyone's doing well and having a lovely start to the week, as it is a Monday. We're going to be playing a significant amount of Final Fantasy 14 today, which is why we're starting much earlier than we normally do. And I'm going to kill this giant fucking bee as soon as people get over here. Going once. Going twice. New edition on. I mean, I am looking forward to the new season for AOS. I think I'm actually gonna pick up that book because I'd like to start playing AOS and tabletop again. which I have not played in quite a while. I got a bit of a bugbear up my butt about some things, and I was like, but I would actually like to get back to playing actual tabletop. Do 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 do. Shit. Oh, Lottie. Get blood, Lorraine! I don't play the tabletop, but I'm not impressed with the lore of 11th edition. Doesn't feel like a new edition. That's probably going to be the case for 40k going forward, just in general. Because you got to remember that was the status quo for years. For years, there was the idea of advancing lore was non-existent, and then 40k kind of started to advance the lore a little bit as part of an experiment. And then they stopped advancing it again. I would be really shocked if they're actually gonna... I don't think they're gonna do anything with 40k. Because Games Workshop doesn't really care about storytelling. It's not really what they do. That's why, like, I'm so excited for things like Total War Warhammer 40,000. Total War Warhammer has done more for the world building and storytelling of fantasy than like almost anything else except for the roleplay series, the roleplay games at their absolute height. Like, Total War Warhammer has done so much for the world building. Compared to like anything Games Workshop themselves have done. Games Workshop is actually pretty shit at world building, in my opinion. Every once in a while they'll do something kind of decent, but the vast majority of the time they're pretty lackluster. It's just not their strong suit. It's because they don't care. So thank you for the super chat. I do hope you'll be reviewing every single Horus Heresy book. I mean, I'll be reviewing the ones that I read and I'm like, this is worth talking about. There's always the opportunity of like reading one and being like, well, this sucked and I didn't enjoy it and I don't want to talk about it because it sucked. I don't think that's super likely to happen, but it could happen. So I don't want to promise I'm gonna review all of them because I may not. But I do want to do a review about Horus Rising because I found it interesting. Even if my takeaways on it are not probably going to be what a lot of fans of 30k and 40k think should be the takeaways. Does Cetra serve? Of course. Have you seen those hips? He can serve whenever he wants. Yeah, it should be good stuff today. So the only thing I think we're going to do here at the start of the stream is I think we're just going to turn this in. And then we're gonna do the 2 dungeons that I haven't done yet. So we'll do the Secret of the Ooze and Unwanted Truth. And then once that's all done, it'll be time for main story. Wait, what? Oh, I have to give someone something. Okay. Here you are. I bring herbs. Secret of the Ooze didn't know Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now, is it Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or is it Power Rangers from the late 90s? Listen, English localizers gotta have fun, right? Now, what I would be curious about is it also a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pun in Japanese, or did only the localizers do that? In which case, is the Japanese version also a pun about something, or is it just like a serious name? And the English localizers are like, nah, we're gonna have fun with it. Because the localized, there's so many of the quests in this game have puns for their names. Like, I would say it's like a 60-40 ratio from, if not, it's actually probably more like 75-25 ratio of like joke quest names to serious quest names. Which, like, who cares? Barely anybody reads the quest names. Puns are canonical to Eorzea. Sure. Alright. I'm intending to head into hard variant dungeons if anyone wants to come. Planning to heal. When does Black Mage start? After 4.1. So we're gonna do all of 4.1, and then after 4.1 we're gonna do Black Mage. Does anyone want to come along for Arboretum or Fractal Continuum? I'm gonna be doing both of those as hard dungeons. If anybody wants to come along. Hawk's logging in. Cool beans. Sorry, I can also lead you my best approximate chronology of the 30k stories if you find that interesting. I mean, not yet. Cool. Once Hawk comes in, that gives us 4. I'm gonna use the restroom real fast. Okie dokie. But, for those curious, which Scion may be the only one that is, but for those curious, I'm gonna be starting, the next Horus Heresy book, Wake Me Up Before You Owe Gomorroh. That's so good, though. Listen, I know it's dumb. I understand that's dumb. I cringe at most puns. The fact that it's so forced, to me, is what makes it funny. Like, that wouldn't be a funny quest name if it wasn't for the fact it's so over the top. Like, it's so painfully forced. That's what makes that funny to me. Like, I think that's actually one of my favorite ones. Because it's so over the top. Like, it feels like one of those things a friend of yours would say when you're hanging out and everyone would just look at him and be like, ah, dude, like that was fucking terrible, man. And that delights me. That one I find funny. It's the idea the idea that they fucking just just like, you know someone pitched that and someone else was probably like, nah, dude, that's too much. That's literally awful. And there was someone else higher up that was like, nope, we're keeping it. we're keeping it. Oh, was like, what am I caught on? Okay. Looks like everyone's good to start with St. Mossian's Arboretum. So that's where we will begin. Oh, I was going, if I had to choose, Sotek, does Goro, oh, right, I need to look at that picture. I was trying to look at it, but I was in a restaurant and it wouldn't load. Here we go. That's interesting. So he didn't really have shoulder spikes. And then Total War gave him, like, giant fuck you shoulder spikes. I think they look good on the model. I'd keep them. I would probably keep the shoulder spikes, to be honest. Sign, outside of Horus and his legion, who are you most interested in learning about the series progresses? Which loyal legions and Primarchs and which traders? I mean, I'm interested in all the traders, because falling to chaos is always a potentially interesting thing, though I'm not expecting them to be super great, because I would imagine a lot of the Primarchs falling to chaos probably revolves around the fact that it was kind of decided before they started even writing the Horus Heresy. And then as they, as the series was getting written, they kind of had to, like, figure it out retroactively of, like, okay, we know that such and such is supposed to end up as a Chaos Primarch. How are we going to explain how he becomes that? Which will probably lead to some good, some bad. Like, the Primarch I'm the most interested in to learn about is going to be Lorgar, because Lorgar has such a dramatic impact on everyone, and is kind of like the big starting bad for, like, why everything goes tits up. But, like, considering that you start the heresy with him already fallen, I'm not really sure what to expect as far as, like, are they gonna do a prequel where we get to, like, see him fall, or does he just start off that way? Are my headphones on backwards? No, they're on right. They feel a little funky for some reason. The music here is really weird. I'm getting like a almost getting like creepy RPG maker game vibes. Gorok and Skull Taker, Oxiodal, and Snitch all should have had unique interactions. That would have been cool. I mean, it was always a bit of a shame that the unique interactions were more of a they were more of something that like a random dev would do when they had the time, instead of like something that was standard practice per se. Speaking of Total War, I hope everyone's proud of me. I actually did go in and submit a bunch of like bug reports and other. Could you stop doing that? That would be great. Death? Yeah, right. Hitting me with that weak-ass, lame-ass poison? I didn't do shit. It's not even a threat. I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't like when this boss gets up the corner, because then when he turns around, he hits like the entire fucking stage. I feel like that boss would actually be better to keep in the center instead of in one of the corners. Alright, into the Great Taking Tree again. Oh, he jumps to the corners. I don't like that boss. That boss sucked. So thank you, Mizuka. I think you really like 1,000 Suns, First Heretic, No Fear, Betrayer, Angel Exterminatus, Scars, Damnation of Python. That's a lot. That is a lot of books. Anyone watch UFC? That is not for me. This is a fucking... I actually like the vibes of this dungeon a lot, just because it's so unique. Oh. I have been turned into a fat little guy. I'm just a little guy! How about you stop doing that? Holy moly, that shit is annoying. Ground is so weirdly sterile in here. Oh. Ow. Oh, there's like a lot going on. Oh, this boss is actually kind of fun. What was your favorite DLC for Total War? Mine was Silence and the Fury because the theme was awesome. Oxiodal versus Tarok seemed really well and thought out. I mean, I did enjoy Silence and the Fury a significant bit. I had a lot of fun with that DLC. My favorite, my favorite DLC was probably... It's kind of tough, actually. I mean, Eltharion the Grim, the Warden and the Paunch, or whatever the fuck it was called. That one was super duper 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 fucking good. I also thought Thrones of Decay was pretty goddamn excellent. It wasn't perfect. It did have some flaws. Ooh boy. I wish they had done a bit more with the story with it, because I feel like there was a lot of storytelling potential that they kind of dropped the ball on. But I would say, like, overall, if I was like scoring them, I probably would have had Thrones of Decay have the highest score. Like, I think that would be the that would be like the best overall DLC we ever got, at least so far. I highly suspect the end. Whoa! It's a jiggly jello boy with a crown. Kokapchi. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it looks like we need to keep the AoE off the pillar, or zone pillars. Okay, hold on, I gotta... Ow! Okay, so the mud, the mud needs to be, looks like, on one of the pillars. Yeah, so that mud's gonna blow up now. Oh boy. There we go. Going too bad. It just looks like you need to make sure the mud pile he spawned stays on a pillar. Bum, 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 bum. Is the Beastman rework the best rework of Total War? I would say... Oh, I already have that minion. Weird. Alright, what does Sonny here have to say? What was I gonna say? Oh shoot, I need to figure out need to figure out tomorrow's lore barriers. I'll do that in just a second. Pressure at last! I tell you, it's clammier than a goblin's arse crack in there. I got out a few moments ago, and I won't be going back anytime soon. I saw that you cleared a path for Midnight Dew and Edgith, though. Hopefully they'll be on their way back about now. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Oh, you must be Dalcarius. I'm Edgith, a botanist of sorts. Perhaps Sonny or Midnight Dew mentioned me? Or perhaps not. Anyway, I'm very grateful to you for helping us discover the secret of that bizarre ooze. You see, the research materials we found mention a concoction for rapidly turning plant matter into compost. It seems the mud was used to cultivate the ingredients for the formula. According to the Charlaine's reports, well, I'll spare you the details of its botanical jargon. Let's just say the mud makes seedkin, in a word, angry. Growth formula for plants is all well and good, unless they're the sort that are liable to bite your bloody head off. Yes, I'm surprised the Charlene didn't keep it in a safer place. In any case, we can use their findings to breathe new life into the soil of Dravania. As for the seedkin, a little water washes the mud right off. Allow me to demonstrate. Did you miss anything? No, not really. We're doing some quick dungeons. He's green again! Wow, I have to be mean. I can either say, how about a bit of pruning instead, or a shame you can't wash that stupid expression off its face as well. Sure, why not? A shame you can't wash that stupid expression off its face as well. I'm with Dalcarius on this one. Covered in muck or not, it's a bleeding nuisance either way. Now, leave the poor thing alone. I'm sure it'll behave itself. And more importantly, it looks like we found a way to improve our dwindling harvests. And we couldn't have done it without you, Dalcarius. I'll make sure that when the locals start tucking into all those lovely crops, they'll know who to thank. Yeah, when I think reworks, I mean, Beastmen are pretty good, but they're a bit messy at the moment because they're update before all of the current stuff. One second. They haven't gotten updated after like all of the massive amount of new content they've gotten, so they're a little awkward at the moment. I would say honestly, probably either the Empire or the High Elves have the best campaigns right now. Like, where it feels like everything has its place, everything has, like, a gimmick, like, everything has a gimmick, every lord has a unique system. Oh yeah, Norska is also really good too. Norska is really, really good too. Like, Norska is dramatically better. I would say going from bad to amazing, either Warriors of Chaos or Norska have had the most dramatic improvements. I would say, as it currently stands, I think High Elves and Empire are the best currently. I think I'm leaning towards High Elves. Like, I think High Elves are the most complete package of all of the races. I mean, Khorne is pretty good now, too. Lizardmen? It's not Lizardmen. We can say that for certain. Lizardmen are good, but they're not great. All right, we're just getting a side dungeon situation sorted. I feel like I should do my dailies on one of my careers that's like relatively high level, just so I'm not wasting daily times. Because we're gonna hit 80 just doing main story quest on White Mage, and once I hit 80, I want to switch off to something else. Sion, thank you for the super chat. Beastmen need a second rework. I wouldn't say they need like a rework. They just need like some tweaks. Like the Beastmen really mainly just need a all I would say Beastmen really need is an updated skill, or an updated like their tech tree could use a fresh look, just to ensure that everything has techs and that it has the appropriate number of techs for a faction that is not supposed to have a significant tech tree. Like, they're kind of built around the theme of not having a large tech tree, which I think is fine because they have their the dread system, whatever that thing's called, that kind of operates similar to a tech tree, but it's its own unique gimmick. That's fine too. Okay, looks like we're gonna do it unsynced. for the normal one. I have to fucking find it. There it is, Fractal Continuum. Good to do normal? Alright, let's... Okay, we can just blitz through it, and then that'll let Hawk go unlock hard Fractal Continuum, and then we can do hard normally. I don't think I even remember this dungeon. Did I like the Lizardman rework? Yeah, I think it was a good... I think it was a good set of steps in the right direction. But I don't consider them finished. Like until the geomantic web, the Great Warding, gets its significant update to make it, you know, the experience that it's supposed to be. I don't consider it. I don't consider it finished. It's so weird when you go into a dungeon that never shows up on your daily queues, and you're like, I have no memory of this place. In your opinion, the Beast Lord could use a better skill tree? Yeah, I mean, yeah, they can do that too. I'm a bit of a General Lord enthusiast, not all are made equal. That is very true. I do agree the Beast Lord could probably use another look. Like, the Beast Lord should have, like, skills that specialize them into running gores. Like Vestigores, or like ambush armies, chariot army. Like, they should be able to spec into different kinds of builds, essentially. Because that's the big thing CA really should lean into, is that the strategist characters, which are the characters like the Beast Lord, the Empire General, the Lord Magistrate, they need to heavily spec into, they need to really heavily spec into, all of the gimmicks for that faction, where they're like, oh, you could build this kind of army, or this kind of army, or this kind of army. We get them all? No. Simon, thank you for the super chat. Still 3 more big monsters for Beastmen. I'd like to see Giant Spine Chaos Beast, Gigantic Chaos Spawn Basilisk. So I'd still argue for Brace Turnskins in second, Slanesh and Nurgle units. Yeah. I think those all would be pretty easy additions. I think I broke my game trying to teleport during a cutscene. What would they do for secondary Marked Beastmen? Honestly, the easiest thing they could do that would work totally fine and it would be super simple would just be to do Centaurs of Nurgle and Minotaurs of Khorne, or alternatively Minotaurs of Nurgle and Centaurs of Slaanesh, and then call it a day. And then you've got 2 and 2, 2 and 2. And that would work perfectly fine. And it would give some interesting mixes for those. From there, yeah, I hope we get to see Gigantic Chaos Spawn. They kind of played around with doing something similar to the Gigantic Chaos Spawn with the, there is a giant Chaos Spawn you can get in the Slaanesh, or the T'Challa campaign, but it's not like a dedicated unit. It's more of like a gimmick. There we go. Saint Moshian's Arboretum. This botanical garden built by the Charlians once was home to fauna and flora collected from across the realm, study of which yielded numerous discoveries regarding our natural world. Sadly, it was abandoned in the Exodus. The teeming life within left to run wild and unchecked. Yeah, Basilisk, dude. I'm so hard pulling for the Basilisk. I want a Basilisk so badly for Beastmen, Norska, and Warriors of Chaos. Oh, the Basilisk, please. Like, I feel kind of whatever about Gigantic Chaos Spawn. It's like, sure, whatever. But, like, the Basilisk, I need it. I need it! Injected straight into my veins. What is tomorrow's topic? Yeah. Hold on, let me pull up my cheat sheet. Andy kind of gave me carte blanche to just pick whatever I want. So what? This past week we did a tier list. The week before that we did the week before that I don't remember what we did the week before that. We haven't done a what if in a while. Trying to look if any of these like really jump out at me. Well, I don't want to do another tier list because we just did a tier list. And I try not to do those like back to back because I feel like that I don't want people to feel like we're trying to take advantage of them. Oh yeah, eventually something like that would be fun. I feel like we should do a create a something or a what if something. Oh. Oh, music? Are we getting a bop? What if Lord Croak was revived? Ooh, that's an interesting one. I feel like I should probably... I don't know if we've done a what if... No, we have done a... Okay. We're gonna... Okay, there's one I want to do because we haven't done a what if... we haven't done a what if Tomb King one before. So I want to do... What if... I want to do what if Katep had achieved the Day of Awakening. Navigator's log. Too soon to fly, they said, but prove them wrong, I will. Find our paradise, I must. Ayatlan. Wait, Ayatlan? Oh my god, did our bird boys come here? Are the Ixali here? Is there Oh my god, the Ixali! Wait, is it the same guys from the Beast Tribe, or is it like an unrelated group? Bro, are my Beast Tribe bros here? Oh, it's unrelated? Okay, I was gonna be super fucking sad if we find out that, like, your Beast Tribe bros made it here and then they crash landed and died. Because I'm pretty sure the Ixali vessel we helped build is bigger than that one. So yeah, okay, so tomorrow let's do... Ooh, create a Tomb Dynasty is actually kind of cool. See, now Andy's gonna be asleep by now. At least he better be. Okay, so let's do... I'm trying to think what I want to do. I think I would rather do a mother bit. Warning, warning, armed intruder detected, activating defense system. You're literally just a giant stick of RAM. So I'm thinking I would like to do... Would someone who's bored and watching the stream, check, when is the last time we did a build of something? It was the Ulrichen, right? It was the building our Ulrich? And how long ago was that? Ow. Quit submitting ideas! I'm not looking for ideas! I got plenty of ideas! Stop putting ideas in the chat. The desert one was last month? Okay, you know what? Okay, so yeah. Let's do that then. We're gonna do build a Tomb King dynasty. We're gonna do build a Tomb King dynasty. That sounds like super duper fun. And we'll do that. and we'll chat with Andy about it, and we might end up narrowing it to just a Tomb King. Critical error occurred. Unable to continue electrochemical some whatever. So we're gonna do Build Tomb King Dynasty. If Andy shows up and he's like, no, that's too big, let's just do a Tomb King, then we'll just do a Tomb King. But we can change that like as of. Built with drones, the sky was. Swift and sure, their attacks were. By some miracle, I'm alive, but severely damaged, the airship was. Parts for repairs I need. Oh, it's a friendly Ixali. Hey, what's up, bro? Ignore me, these creatures do. But why? Wait, come back. Bird bro, come back. Lizard bird bro, whatever. So we're gonna call it make your own dynasty, but if we get in there and we end up saying like, hey, we're just gonna do like a Tomb Queen or a Tomb King, that's fine. We can always pull it back. What about part 2 for the Elizabeth City? Listen, if you want that stream, you gotta bug Andy about it. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing, bro? Whoa! Those creatures mistake me for this, I fear. Bro, look at the the pre-evolved or degenerated Ixali. Squawk Squawk, how is this possible? Strongly resembles the Ixal this feathered one does. Look how cool their wings look. Y'all missed the cool dialogue. Where are you going? The Ultima Warrior. Oh, look, he's got the Warring Triad behind him. Ah, that's cool. Automated assistant online. I don't like that the dialogue doesn't stay up long enough for me to read it. Oh my. Successfully mimicking the demon Zervan earned our researchers a patent under Article 42. I like it's like, oh, he's gonna absorb the different Warring Triad members. It's there in main chat? Oh yeah, there it is. Hello there, I see you've activated Prototype 4. Man's trying to kill me and I'm here reading shit. Have I ever played Ark Survival? Nope. Its ability to seamlessly switch between sets of datas will keep the enemies guessing. I like how we're getting like a presentation about it while fighting it. The humanoid prototype can perfectly replicate icon abilities. In fact, it's already loading our data on Sephiroth. My bro's gonna run out of health before he has time to get the last Warring Triad member. Automated assistant offline. Please vacate exhibit level 8. Maintenance will begin shortly. It's so funny. We just showed up and basically tracked like a merchant display. Ooh. This looks ominous. Oh, bro, the monster's ramming the glass? That's so cool! That's a really fun gimmick. Bro, this is giving me, like, Metroid Prime vibes. This is great. This is such a good dungeon. The monster just being like, let me in! Let me in! Holy spam! Any interest in playing Ark? Not anytime soon. I already don't have enough time for all the games I want to play. The last thing I'm interested in doing, to be very, very frank, is adding more games to the list. Yeah, you know what? Do we want to... I don't know whether we should flesh out a dynasty or if we should just do an individual Tomb King or Queen. A part of me just kind of wants to do a Tomb Queen because a dynasty may be too much. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. We're gonna build a Tomb Queen, and then if we have a lot of fun with it and we really enjoy it, we could always do a follow-up stream in a later week where we build her dynasty. The Ultima Beast! My man looks like he's got an entire city on his back. Automated assistant online. Hello again. Oh dear, you've disturbed Ultima Prototype 6. Oh dear. What you doing there, big guy? Oh! That's what he was doing. Ow! You think the Gash will be able to create his Mortarks like Archaon's legendary lord? He's probably gonna be better at it than Archaon was. The prototype is a result of years of research in genetic augmentation. Its preternatural vitality is not tribal with. Bro, this is giving me so many good ideas for the fucking Valkyria's backstory for Final Fantasy. Like the idea that Valkyrius is like one of the mini Ultima projects. I'm kind of fucking with it. It would explain a lot about him. Oh, you have to get under him when he does that? That's weird. A number of robo-rants can also be administered to bolster its strength further, making it the ultimate... Oh, Demi-Ultima. Okay, I'm guessing if you don't stop it from using the Ultimate Blast, it just deletes your face. Okay, I gotta get caught up on the super chats y'all were just spamming. What if the Empire remained Ulrican and the Cult of Sigmar never existed? That could be a fun what if. I can add that to the list, actually. There's no cast time. If he's standing up, it's donut. As in, like, you need to get under him? If he's raising his arms up, it's point blank. What does this look like? That's actually kind of a fancy piece of gear. What if Be'lakor succeeded in killing and eating Archaon's heart? Well, I mean, that one's not... Like, Be'lakor would have just been the Everchosen. I don't think that one's, like, all that crazy. No, I can't be bothered. Alright. We can go... Oh, it didn't teleport me. That was rude. Why didn't it teleport me outside the dungeon? What if Cathay invaded the Empire? I mean, we might actually get to see that mentioned as a storyline at some point. Waves Watershine has left the Red Host. Waves was like, fuck these idiots. I'm getting out of here. Alright, so Hawk, I don't know if I assume you're still listening to the stream. We're gonna do Lorebeard's build a we'll say a Tomb King just because that's what the faction calls it. By Helone, how are we in one piece? At least we know for certain Allagan weapons were the source of the signal. But why would they need Ultima weapon prototypes in there? On second thought, I'd rather not know the answer to that. He survived! I presume he was the one who woke the bloody things up. I tried talking to him, but only got sullen silence for my troubles. On the bright side, the teleporter should be functional now. That's assuming, of course, there's no one else lurking about. Oh, that was the ultimate weapon from Final Fantasy VI, but in this game it's called Ultimate Beast, because it's not the same thing. Well, would you look at that? Up and operational. But how do you think that Ixol reached Azizla in the first place? There's no way their balloons can reach these altitudes. Unless the rumors are true. They say a group of Ixol in the North Shroud, calling themselves the Akatal 9, has been working on some sort of hybrid airship. How's about we go and pay them a visit, eh? The last thing we need is for one of them to come up here and wake up another of the Allagan's delightful toys. They're my bros! I know them! I love the Akatal 9. Yeah, Tomb Royal is fine. Yeah, yeah, whatever. That's yeah, sure. Oh, when did they add triple triad for the boss man? For Cecil Tutalock? Because he was not able to play triple triad against me much earlier. There you are. Well, come on then, let's go and have a word with the Ixol. These Ixol are my best friends, so be nice to them, sir. Seems I was right. That's him over there, getting an earful from his superior, no doubt.
Take Thistlequellon without permission, you did. Squawk? Banish you for the Eternal 9, I should.
So, they were sent from our guys.
Forgive you this once, I will. But tell me true, Kizzle. Did you find Anatlan? Well, say something! Ah!
Ayatlan? Isn't that some fairy tale island the Ixol are said to have come from? Of course, that's why they've been building the airship. Bro, I could have told you all of this already. Like, I got... Ahem. Pardon the intrusion. Might I have a word with Kezel?
What's this? Ah, Dalcaris! Good to see you, it is. Come, what is it you need?
Meet with them in the fractal continuum I did. In Azizla.
Azizla? Why would you go back?
Lined with tubes the walls were, filled with all manner of chimerical creations. The last of the chambers was a terrible sight I saw. It looked like us, Cecil. Named Ixalian it was. To serve the Allagans they were made, developed for an airborne division. Obey any order they will. It sounds an awful lot like you Ixal, doesn't it? They say the wind risen up in the Quarthus follow their superior's commands with frightening obedience. Little wonder why you all left to make your own tribe. Much the same, it sounds. But in there, the similarities do not. Weak to the elements the Ixalian were, and riddled with genetic instabilities. Does that not strike you as familiar? Unfit for the forest, unfit to fly. An abomination we are. A failed experiment of the Allagans. If Ayatlan exists, in a test tube, it lies.
Squawk! Squawk! Silence! If Ayatlan is the damnable laboratory of the Allagans, then seek paradise elsewhere we must. My desire to fly, to find a home in the sky. Created by science, these are not. Can we not aspire to greatness? After all, made to dream we were not. Speak of this again, you will not. Understand? None will deny the Ixal's ambitions. Not even you. Forgive me, I was wrong. Our paradise, Ayatlan. I did in Azizla, I did not. But someday I will, together with the Akadal 9. Well, looks like you've already resolved the matter we came to discuss. You won't be returning to Azizla, I take it. Never! Even at the threat of death, return there. We will not. Squawk, enough talking, Kessel. Prepare yourself. For stealing our airship, a most severe punishment you will receive. Squawk, but Cecil!
I love Cecil Totorak. Yep, okay, so I know I'm gonna incorporate that super hard into Dalkaris' backstory. And it would make sense why the Akadal 9 were he's so close to them, because they're actually kindred spirits. Everything's settled then, eh? And who would have thought the Ixal actually came from Azizla? I'd have lost all my feathers after hearing news like that. They've chosen to keep a stiff upper lip. Or beak, I suppose. And here I am being hard on myself for my upbringing in the broom. Piss all compared to their hardships. If they won't give up on their dreams, then I won't on mine. Looks like I've got my work cut out for me if I'm to be in even half the engineer cities. Thank you, Dalkaris, for everything. Alright, cool. We have finished all the side dungeons. I am going to fight Totorak in Triple Triad real quick because it's tradition. And he's also, like, my favorite guy in the world. I love Cecil Totorak. Yeah, Squawk, Cecil to match to you. Like playing with pretty cards, Cecil does. Me too, Cecil. You got 4 cards? Let's play, Cecil. I warn you, Cecil, I have a mean as fuck deck. What is same? The 2 more cards are touching, and the ranks of those are identical. Ah, interesting. Okay. But wait, what? Oh, 2 or more sides. Ah, I see. I may have goofed it in. That's okay though. You. Your Yan is powerless against me. Cecil's my bro. I'm delighted to play cards with Cecil Totorak. He's only one of my favorite people in the entire game. It is a delight and an honor to play cards with him. That we were all so privileged to play cards against the GOAT. Truly blessed are thee. Oh no, that was a smart play, good sir. Your Yan is powerless. Especially because I can move the camera while playing. See, now you got Yan butt in the camera. What are you gonna do? Story quest is not happening today. It's happening today. It's a slight delay. It's a slight delay. Oh, that was a good play. That was a good play, boss. Good job. I'm impressed. I'm impressed, Cecil. Oh, good one, good one, good one. Okay, yeah, but try that on for size. Huh? Huh? And then try that on for size, huh? That's what I thought. Oh, Biggs and Wedge. Nice. Oh, I also got a Guidance Node card. And an Unbreakable Orca. Oh my god, I got all these turn-ins. Alright, I promise I won't play Cecil for longer than 10 minutes. I'm looking at the clock. When it hits 8:40, I will stop playing with Cecil and I will do something else. Oh, he got me with the plus. And he's got an ultimate weapon. Oh no. Why would you Behemoth? You silly man. Wonder if I could trick him. Play here. Yeah. Oh wait, no. I thought he out bamboozled me. I thought, oh my god, he actually outplayed me. Well done, Cecil. That's why you're the GOAT. That's why you're the GOAT. You got the one triple triad card that took you almost 80 runs to get? Oh, the guidance node? That was so easy though. Like what? How could that have been hard for you? That was like the easiest card to get. Are you just bad at games? I don't know. Have you tried like just I don't know, just win? Just win? I thought it was pretty straightforward myself. Oh nice. We got Behemoth. I don't know why he has the Behemoth card, but I'll take it. Dude, I love Cecil. I could never be mad at Cecil. Cecil could beat me in every game. And I couldn't be mad at him. Like he's just the GOAT, dude. Anyone who would ever say anything bad about Cecil is like dead to me. Like you're a terrible person. You should feel bad. The world would be a better place if there were more Cecils in it. But what more can I say? You fell for my trap card! Another Biggs and Wedge. Alright, we got 9 more minutes! Man might be addicted. Yoshi P does it again! He always does. After this, though, we're straight into main story. After this, we're straight into main story. Remember, guys, straight into main story. $12 hours later. No, I promise. I'm gonna keep my word, guys. I'm gonna keep my word. I would never lie to Cecil Totorak, alright? I would never lie to Cecil Totorak. How dare you even suggest that I would fib in the presence of the one and only Cecil Totorak? To say such slander, how could you guys? I would never. Actually, it's 7 minutes left. I'm looking at the clock. I like when he plays first because I've already figured out how to gaslight him into playing the same thing every time. Like, he literally is just playing the exact same thing every single time. So, like, I'm guaranteed to win. Sid Garland! Hey, we got the Sid Garland card. Nice. One more card. Yeah, y'all watch your fucking mouths around Cecil Totorak. He's my boy. He's the GOAT. He's our best man. I won't have y'all slandering me or him in his presence. I won't stand for it. God, I wish all of the ones were this easy. Yeah, I love when he goes first. Because I know what's gonna happen. Because his AI is really predictable. And this is like the best because there's no randomization. He plays the exact same. Oh! Oh no, he changed! But it doesn't matter. Oh no! Oh no! Ah, okay, it's fine. Bro, don't change. You are perfect the way you are. You don't gotta change nothing. Says the Total Rack, you're the best. You don't need to change what cards you play, or what order you play them in, or what place you play them in. No! Don't start playing the game better. That's no fun. Then I have to think, and it slows me down. Oh boy, he figured out my shenanigans. He figured out my shenanigans real hard. Five more minutes. I like trying to lure him into a trap by playing cards that are very weak at a particular angle. Ah, you ruined it. Thank you, game. I didn't need the plus, but alright. He actually has a really good deck. Let's try this. Make him chew on it a little bit. Alright, dude. It's a weird card to play there. Damn it, it's drawing me. Give me the last card, Sizzle. It's like it's literally a 1-star card. Oh, get on, son! Bro, you really like those bigs and wedges, but like, I know you got a 1-star. Just give me the 1-star, dude. It's like the cheapest card you have. Just give me that silly little card. Just give me the silly little guy card. I just want the silly little guy card. Oh! Oh! No! You can't do me dirty like that! Oh my god! He's like, I'm wise to your tricks, you little bitch. Oh no, he did it again! Oh no! Why did his AI suddenly get smarter? He was so pleasantly dumb. And then he started getting so smart. He's not supposed to adapt to my strategy? That's no fun. That's no fun. No, see, you're misunderstanding his message, fundamentally. If you think he's telling me to get back to the main story quest, you clearly are not paying attention to the subtext, where what he's really trying to do is he's trying to communicate with me that he really appreciates us spending this quality time together, and he doesn't want me to leave. And like, who am I to say no to Cecil Totorak? Like, he's literally my best bro, and if he wants to spend some quality time together, I think, frankly, I think it's really fucking rude that you would suggest that we should cut our time short for like literally any reason. And the idea that you would suggest that, I personally find rather upsetting, to be honest. Rather upsetting, and frankly, I won't stand for it. I just won't stand for it. To sit there and badmouth Cecil Totorak. Honestly, it would probably be so you'll sit for it. It's a stupid joke and you know it. Man, I wish I had more good towards the right hand side cards. I don't have very many of those. Like, that's my biggest weakness, is playing to the right. And I think he knows that, which is weird. And I don't like that he knows that. Oh, you're a real wise guy, huh? You're a real smarty pants, huh? Okay, give me one more win for the road, Cecil. One last win for the road. I really need to make a I need to make a tribal deck that's like good. Two. That's a 1-for-1. It's gonna be better to do that. Oh, we got the draw on me. Give me a W for the road, Cecil. You're a worthy adversary. A truly worthy adversary. Oh, we got him at the plus again. Well, shit, Ross. Oh, we got me at the plus again. Oh, it's hard countering the fuck out of me. We're so cooked. We're so cooked, fam. We're so cooked. give me that W. Here, I'm gonna try a different deck. Alright, let's see how you do against the 8 party. Can you stop the 8s? I don't think so. Oh, okay. Alright. Does he have a... No, I think he has a 9. Yeah, facing downwards, but not up. Oh, you fucked up, son! Oh! Alright, we'll come back for that last card another time. No, you know what? No. Because if I don't get it now, I'm gonna forget. And I'm not gonna remember to come back to this one guy. It's one card. It's one card. We shouldn't leave without one card. If it was like multiple cards, I could see the argument. But it's like, it's one single card. Ooh, I fucked up. This is gonna be a draw if I don't. I played the wrong thing. Wait. If I do that, then he could flip it, and then I flip him. It's the same difference. Ah, you got me with the plus. Ah, I shouldn't have played the dragon then. God, he's so good. I genuinely hate plus. I think everybody hates plus. Plus is like, it's really, really dumb. It's a bad system. Plus genuinely feels like it was designed for the AI to just have an advantage because it's so difficult for humans to use it. Well, that's a problem. Like, I never use plus on purpose. Oh, come on, dude. No more bigs and wedges. It's like a 2-star or a 1-star card. Which, if this works the way I think it should work, it should be the most statistically likely card for him to drop. I don't know if that's how that works. I feel like that's how it should work. Behemoth. Does anybody know what the hard math is behind the card drops? Godzilla's like, no, we need more triple triad time. I only come here for the triple triad. Oh, god damn it. Plus! Oh no, that was actually a same, I think. Still. Well, shit. I think he's just kind of got me. Oh! Oh, well, we gotta draw out of it. That Godbert card is so bad for me. I gotta be really careful about not setting a bunch of 8s up next to each other. Huh. Nice try, idiot. I don't. Come on, Cecil. You got one more card in that. Ooh, I played the wrong deck. Said something on Discord. I can't interpret that strange, bro. Plus me even when it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I done fucked up. I done fucked up, Chief. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Okay. Just don't play the 8s across. Oh wait, no, but he already took up the slot, so that's fine. Okay, and then we do Dragon, and then he plays there, whatever, that's fine. Then we play Hancock, then he counters with him, and then I counter with Squall. We got it! The Tozel Holotl card. Why is it a 3-star card? It shouldn't it go top to bottom, not bottom to top? That's so weird that it goes 4-3-2-3. Whatever. We did it! We did it! And it only took 8 minutes longer. It took less than twice the time I set aside for it. That's not bad. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. It's not that bad. Sai, thank you for the super chat. Think there's any chance we eventually get a second Monstrous Arcanum for the old world? No. No, I don't think so. Because the main driving force behind the Monstrous Arcanum was Rick Priestley, who no longer works with anybody, and Alan Bly, who passed away. I think if Alan Bly hadn't passed away so young, there would have been a pretty reasonable chance of getting more of them as we return to the old world. But I mean this, and it breaks my heart. But I think that since Alan Bly is very genuinely, sadly, no longer with us, I just don't think there's a realistic chance. Because someone completely different would have to do it, and it came from a completely different print company, being Forge World, who no longer prints books like that. Like, Games Workshop just doesn't support that kind of content anymore. I'm so sorry to say. All right, but the time has come where we're going to be returning to the main storyline. We're only like 2 hours into stream. But where we left off is Ehrenwald came to ask me and Alphino to join him with some kind of nonsense. We also know that Lise is apparently trying to find a new leader, apparently, for Alamigo. And there's just a lot to do. There's a lot to do, but Ehrenwald's like, hey, we should go on an adventure, and I get a boxing emote out of this. So without further ado, let's do it. We haven't done main storyline in like 4 months. Oh, I can't wait to hear her voice acting again. Greetings, Darkarius. 'Twould seem we are to accompany Ehrenwald on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea of what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy, and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot, by all accounts. That he was. Alphino, no interrupting. Bitch, shut up. That he was. The King of Ruins suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rauger's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown. And so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king. It said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come. The legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine, the three of us, delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. Sure. I am good at finding things that supposedly no one can find. You've learned the emote box! I don't know what that had to do with boxing, but cool. I can shadow box now. Nice. That's very cute. Oh yeah, I need to go through and fix my favorite emotes, but that's a trial for another time. Holy moly, I get like a bunch of coffers. Oh no, I get one coffer. Oh! The news of Doman Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion, which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Ehrenwald, have we any clue as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't likely to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to, ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during the occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you'll be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Ehrenwald, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, while Dalkarius makes the rounds in the Alamigan quarter. Ha! And there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Guilebard's Gate. To the Alamigan quarter. Time to scout the locals. In the palace? No, not me, lad. Surely you've heard the stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the divine audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. Good old Mad Kings. You want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Aye, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd see only his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow, and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Hey guys, look, there's more triple triad! We're not gonna do it right now, though. That's the second time I've seen that one, and I've refused. I need y'all to understand and appreciate how much restraint that takes. I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric, and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, he was a dark chapter in my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which, of course, we were under orders to ignore. So we stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell's-bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Ernald, who was the king's head scribe. I'm a little surprised as a former guard, people didn't tear you apart afterwards. Yes, I am Arnold. What do you want with me? You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. And if Alamigos to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Acknowledging the misdeeds of the past in my Japanese game? Crazy. Very well. I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family. A magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If the others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. Well, technically it didn't necessarily, I mean, the monarchy ended, but some of his family's still alive. I know, because one of them is actually a super cool guy. So they're not all bad. His nephew's pretty cool. What's the point in saving the world if you can't play card games? Listen, if Geralt had time to deal with the Wild Hunt while playing Gwent, I've got time to save the world while playing Triple Triad. Totally fair. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin, then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures, and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, the corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the crow's discovery, hoping to enrich himself. But I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Dalcarius? Were your investigations any more fruitful? There's like a fucking monster dungeon. Turned into monsters? And what could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? Met an old man in Alagiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison. He said naught of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spitting him a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Dalcarius? His fear seemed genuine. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Ernald's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden, but ere I share my theory, there is a matter I would clarify. Ehrenvold, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it. But you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. Damn! Alright, holy shit. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, the kind you see in pureblood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. God damn. Alright. So, not only is he a product of, Conquest SA, but he is also was mutilated by his own mother. In the end, she turned me out on the street. I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I could say about the years that followed is that I survived. I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you can understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Ehrenvold. I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall. I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Dalcarius, Are you content to surrender the treasure to Ehrenwald's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you are minded to hear it. Fending, slaying, aiming, healing, casting. Let's do healing. That's like a full set. And it's almost entirely worse than mine. But the ring is better than the ring I had, so that's cool. So we got an earring, a bracelet. Wait, an earring, a neckling, a bracelet, and a ring. Okay, so it's all like accessories. That's kind of cool. A garland's third eye is more like a tumor growth. Third eye in their forehead prevents them from using magic to circumvent limitations. Magic. Yeah, I remember that part. Ehrenwald's story seemed to imply that he was not going to develop a third eye, because it seems like only purebloods get the third eye, and that his mother just mutilated him out of fear of it showing up? Or was he actually growing one and his mother cut it out? The wording was a bit vague about whether he was actually getting one or if he was just like imagining he was getting one. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourn to a more suitable location. Yes, if you remember, the child always takes after the mother, not the father. Okay, yeah, so she mutilated him for no reason. Well, she mutilated him for... I'm going to say no reason. I was about to say no good reason, but I still think even if he was growing the eye, she still shouldn't have done it. I don't think there was a good reason for her to do that at all. But she did it out of, like, fear and disgust for what he was... Things that were not his fault. His mother was a terrible person. I understand why, but she was a terrible person. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. Alamigo being the region that has locks is so odd. Because it's such a incredibly dry desert region, and then they're like, ah yes, but this is where we have all the locks, and there's salt locks. And then you visit Scotland, you're like, okay, I understand why Scotland has locks. A little bizarre that the desert has locks. So if a bunny lady and a dragon boy had a baby, the baby would be a bunny person. That would appear to be the case in this setting, yes. I think they tend to lean more into you are what your mother is, and they don't tend to do really, like, half-breeds. At least I haven't seen many half-breeds. Forgive me. It was not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wished to have the lock in sight while I explained things. Prior to the great flood of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines. And this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the Fifth Astral Era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war. Yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. Hilda is the closest thing to a half-breed? Oh, yeah, Hilda, that's right. Yeah, she is a half-breed, that's right. But, like, not like a traditional half-breed, but like a... Yeah. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace, mentioned by Theodorek's former scribe, was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but also to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure.
Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove?
Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance into the old city will have been magically concealed.
Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove.
We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Dakarius, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the lock and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Arenvald and I will seek out the ensorcelled portal within the palace.
Good thing I canonically cannot drown.
I mean, it does make sense. Look at the, God, I have to remember the... One of these is the hotkey for diving.
Ah! Figured it out.
Oh my god, I haven't seen a Lore Master video in almost a year, and here it is on Twitch randomly. Well, hello! Hi there! Welcome to the stream! We're doing main story quests on Final Fantasy XIV. It's an exciting time. I hope you're having a lovely day. Also, you haven't seen a video in almost a year. Where you been? I hope you're having a good day, Uggo. It's not as if half-breeds are rare. They said at FanFest, it's Corley baby takes mother's traits at base 90%. Okay, well, I mean, obviously, that's more a limitation because it's a video game. Man, it is, like, surprisingly hard to see a long distance down here. I am not looking for a ass shot, thank you. I do fucking love this underwater city, though. This is fucking great. I love giant underwater cities. Sorry, it does make sense. Like the Great Salt Lake in Utah, the Dead Sea, both the deserts. Yeah, I meant... Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean that there are lakes at all. I meant that they use the term locks, specifically. The fact that they call them locks is what I'm like. Why are they locks? Holy shit, Uggo! Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs! My god, thank you so much! That's very kind. Me and my boys used to get drunk and listen to your lore videos. That's super funny to me. I cannot imagine getting drunk to listen to Warhammer lore videos. That's super funny. Thank you very much for the generosity and the kind words. I really appreciate that. That tickles me. That's very funny. Alright, you discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on to find out where it goes. Into the wet tunnel. None of us do anything about Warhammer, so it was like listening to a very abridged book. How'd you even end up there in the first place? A stone door. You come to a worn stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found the entrance to the subterranean ruins. Dakarius, it's Alphino. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a teleportation portal concealed by enchantments. Markings indicate it leads to an underground cavern. What news on your end? Exposition dump. Bro, okay, alright. There is no way I would be able to use the link shell to talk convincingly underwater. No. Link shells require audible sound waves that would actually work. I am not wearing... I may be able to breathe underwater, but I wouldn't be able to talk underwater in a way that would make any goddamn sense coming through that earpiece. That is a leg too far, fantasy game. That is a leg too far. And you believe it leads into the ruins? Then I dare say we will be able to meet within. Go on and head through the door. By the way, I took the liberty of calling on a friend for help. I guarantee she's both dependable and discreet. We'll see you soon. The drowned city of Scala, now accessible. First come, first serve for invites. So if you want to join, Simon, thank you for the super chat. I mean, the hero that live here are called Highlanders. I'm sure Andy will find it amusing when he eventually gets to Stormblood in like 2 years. I don't know if he'll find it interesting, or I don't know if he'll necessarily find it amusing, or if he'll find it like culturally appropriating. We'll have to see. So we've got the drowned city of Scala. Drowned cities are such a cool concept. Oh. Ooh, we got a new soundtrack too. It'd be so cool to find an underwater city that somehow was a giant air pocket and also had like a bunch of creatures in it. And it's got such a subtle soundtrack too. Just a really tasteful use of oboe to like have that like melancholic thing. Bro, that's a giant. That's like a wall of Nanka eggs. What the fuck? I like somber music. And then in come the bagpipes. Swallow larva. An assault swallow. Wow, it's really tempting to make a joke about that, but I'm going to resist the urge. Ago, thank you for the 3 months of Tier 1 sub in advance. That's super sweet of you. I hope this means that we'll be seeing you around on a regular basis. You don't play Final Fantasy 14 by chance, do you? Because if you do and you want to play with us, we are always looking for more people to play with. That's a Kelpie. Oh, look at that Kelpie design. That's a good-looking Kelpie design. Yeah, if you're looking for a new drunk show with your buds with lots of Warhammer lore, you'd probably love Lorebeards. I feel like Lorebeards would actually be a surprisingly good drunk experience. The fantasy show, at least. I'm proud of our other shows as well. But we've got that fantasy flair. That's a good, it's not my favorite Kelpie design in the world, but it's a good Kelpie design. What you doing back there, buddy? Hydro push. Literally the first time I've ever seen anything from Final Fantasy, I just saw you like, well, thank you very much for that. Genuinely, it's so lovely to have you come by. Is Lorebeards here on YouTube? It's on technically both, but mostly on YouTube. It's the show that I run with Andy Law. And we do a lot of Warhammer Bane support. Like, if you're like, oh man, I miss when Sotek would like talk for hours about Warhammer lore, then that is the place for you. I don't know what this line is. It's... Ah! I don't know anything about Final Fantasy, neither did I until I started playing this game. It's actually pretty fucking cool. This boss has a lot of health. The green screens is no longer. I think this is one of the better dungeon soundtracks. This one's it's mellow, but it's really good. Fuck, I forgot to check the cactus pot. We'll check it after this dungeon. Don't let me forget. No, stay in the bubble. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, was this supposed to be a hard pull? Lapse in White Mage. What a joke. Can't wait till I eventually hit a dungeon that actually lets me use blood lilies. That'll be nice. That looks like a Pokemon. The old one. It fucking moves like a Pokemon too. What's that one? The clay pot Pokemon? I forget what it's called. Looks like one of those fuckers. The one that looks like kind of like an owl. Yeah, hashtag not my old one. Oh, he speaks in PlayStation. He speaks in PlayStation keypad. Play doll, yeah. Are we allowed to ask lore questions? Oh yeah. As long as I'm not like reading, like, as long as I'm not actively reading a cutscene, you can ask lore to your heart's content. 'Cause we're just hanging out. That's actually a big thing I like about this game, is that it allows me to just kind of chat with y'all. Transformation hex. Ah! Bitch turned me into a bunny. No, no more transformation hacks.
yes,
Oh my god, you're asking a question with tits? Bro, I'll answer any question that gives me money.
Of the clan.
You can ask any question you want for money. I'll do it for free.
X1000.
Thank you for the bits.
Sorry if you've been asked this one before.
No,
but
don't
if the world
apologize.
of Warhammer Fantasy was discovered in 40k, what do you think would happen to it?
I think if the Warhammer Fantasy Planet was discovered in the 40k universe, so I presume by discovered you mean if the Imperium found it, not one of the other factions, because that would change things. Based on how the Imperium operates, I think the earliest thing that would happen would be an attempt to make contact with the human factions, probably the Empire or Grand Cathay, that are on the planet in the attempt to bring them into the fold. But there would be a couple of major issues that would come up ahead of them. Andy and I have actually done a Lore Beers where we talk about this. Uggo, if you want to see a stream, I don't know if you know who. Uggo, do you know who Pancreas No Work is? He's a YouTuber that does a lot of. He's a YouTuber that's done various he does a lot of really big fun videos where he kind of memes about Warhammer Fantasy while talking about his interpretation. Why are these monsters turning into people? Oh, these are the family members. Oh, okay. So as we are killing these monsters, the family members are dying, or being released and then dying. But anyway, so on Lorebeards, we did a stream called, I think it was what if the Imperium came to Warhammer Fantasy, or what if Gellerman came to Warhammer Fantasy or something like that, or what if the Ultramarines? I don't remember the exact. After the dungeon, we'll get one of the mods to find a link to that particular episode, because I think you would really, really enjoy it. But I think ultimately what would happen is that there would be some people, they would try to make contact with the planet, which would almost immediately be very, very difficult, likely because there are many forces in the Warhammer world that would not be interested in allowing aliens to approach the planet. Most notably the Chaos Moon Morslib. The Chaos Moon Morslib, I think, would be a genuine threat to anyone that tried to approach the planet from space, because it is a living, breathing, well, not breathing, but it's a living entity. Whoa, look at all that treasure! And a really cool monster. That's a really cool demon lion thing. I think Morslib would cause a lot of problems, because it's basically like a personification of the warp. Rah, kill you all, yeah, sure. That would attack them and mess with their instruments and warp reality, and it would shoot pieces of itself at them, and it would be like a whole thing. If they could get past Morslib, they would then have to contend with the forces that would want to stop them, because there would be forces that could see the future. And he's raising his tail. I don't like that. Whoa, okay. And the forces that could see the future, that could visualize, use the Wind of Azir to see what is going to come to pass. I think the vast majority of them would see the Imperium coming and would see terrible, 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 terrible things. Because the Imperium, they're kind of like massive dickheads who are very much a join or die build kind of group. And I think most factions that looked into the future would see them as nothing but a massive threat. So you would have forces like the Lizardmen and the Cathayan Dragons who would just be assaulting them as they're trying to approach the planet. So they would be using the Wind of Azir to hurl meteors and comets at them, to spike them with horrific powers, the likes of which they can't even comprehend. they would have to rely very, very heavily on their technology to try and survive getting close to the planet, but would likely take a lot of losses. And then it sort of boils down to a big question of would they be able... I don't think there's any force in the 40k setting that could take the Warhammer Fantasy planet. The Warhammer Fantasy planet, I think, is significantly more powerful because magic is just so scary. You would need, like, some of the best psychers in the setting to have a hope of contending with the wizards of Warhammer Fantasy. And there are just so many more wizards. It would be a mess. I think ultimately what would happen is they would discover the planet, they would approach the planet, a lot of bad things would happen, they would land on the planet, and they would issue demands that would cause major conflicts. They would start fighting, they would be wiped out, and the Warhammer Fantasy planet would either get lost in Imperial records, or there would be forces at work in the world that would make them sort of forget that they had discovered it. I don't think it would be something that the Imperium would realize what they found, and they would be far more likely not to realize it, and for it just to be another thing that passed. Oh, that was the king himself? That was King Theodoric? That's fun. Wait, what was that boss called? Oh, Horderic Poison. Frodric Poison Tongue. From Theodoric. I thought Theodoric was killed by the Garleans. But hopefully that answers your question. But we did like a whole, I think like a
It would appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Voice acting? I don't have to read it.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Money!
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Honestly, this is probably the best thing that could have happened for a newly liberated country, to find a giant, massive stash of valuable treasure. Simon, thank you for the super chat. I do wonder what Andy will make of Alamigo. It's basically Scotland, but desert plus monks. There's even bagpipes in the Dungeon soundtrack. Yeah, it even sounds like Arnvald is vaguely Scottish. It doesn't sound very Scottish. Like, he almost sounds more Irish. Why do I have this over here? It's an instant cast that's super good, and I would rather have that than Cure 1. Let's move all this. Actually, no. Let's do it like that. There we go. I'll just put Medica and Cure over here. Honestly, I could probably get rid of Medica and Cure, but I feel like I need them sometimes for smaller dungeons. But yeah, I agree. Scion, thank you for another super chat. What about the Tau discovered the Warhammer Fantasy World? I have no idea what would happen to the Tau. I have no idea how the Tau try to bring new worlds into the fold. I think they tend to take a much more diplomatic approach. So they would probably make significantly more headway than the Imperium would. But I still think there would be a massive amount of forces working against them. And there are many factions in Warhammer Fantasy that I think would not tolerate their existence. And they would have a harder time than the Imperium does getting past, because they don't... Can the Tau travel through the warp safely? Because if they're not able to travel through the warp safely, they're gonna have a really bad time with Morsalib. Like, they're gonna have a really bad time with Morsalib. Genestealer Colts, I think, would do fine. Genestealer Colts, I don't think... They would just kind of be another faction in the world. They would just basically be a new species of mutant that have their own agenda and their own desires and aims. Like, I think they would do well, but I think they would just kind of be... They would just be part of the world. I don't think they would, like, cause a massive upheaval. Like, until the day came that they successfully lured in the Hive Mind, they would just kind of be more mutants of a more specialized type. Arenvald and I tried to do our fair share, but I fear you ended up bearing the bulk of the burden as usual. You truly led the way with your adventuring prowess, my friend. Aye. Without your help, I reckon we'd still be fumbling about in the dark. I'm glad I called on you. I must say, I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What? Like how you reeled at the sight of that floating specter, you mean? I wish you could have seen the look on your own face, Alvaro. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. I like how Alvaro is just canonically scared of ghosts. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news. I think Lee should be the first. Seconded. He's bound to be delighted. If I am no longer needed, then I should take my leave. Of course, don't let us keep you. Thanks again, say hello to Voma for me. Jamoldova! Now then, there is the meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so Lise is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? That guy in the painting had a stupid haircut? He did. But to be fair, he was also a Mad King, so. Lise, we found money! Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. We can fund the new state. You're joking! The Mad King's trove? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Dalkarius and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, there's as much as you say. Anval did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I've taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. You will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters. You should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure that every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there is one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem! Deep breaths. Tell me what's happened. A mob's gathered outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. You best come and see for yourself. Mobs. Bit small for a mob, but alright.
Step back, all of you!
Monago!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
Oh yeah, her.
What's going on? Someone let slip about Fedorla.
It's true then. The bitch really is in there. I knew it. I bloody knew it.
To be fair, Fordola fucking sucked.
We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Okay, hold on. We're gonna have like a trial. Calm down.
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
They got a bit
So
of...
that's what all the fuss is about.
Ah, Raban! Thank God.
Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
I was gonna say, I was like, they kind of got a point.
Hey, who's this?
The General.
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers.
See? Raban's such a goat.
I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
Hey! He's right.
I know you're right, I do. But I can't.
I mean, Fordola does have to be... She does have to be held accountable. She did some heinous shit. God, Raban's such a goat. Raban's just the fucking best. My thanks, Raban. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. Now the war is over. All the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. Yikes. They dug up Xenos and his officers?
Ooh.
I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. Maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun.
Who are these representatives exactly?
Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and the Quiquian to participate.
Alamigo stands at a crossroads. This meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings.
Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago! I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated and everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos.
Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only, I caught a glimpse of her past. A moment of it, anyway. During the fight. She's done terrible things, unforgivable things. But, in some ways, she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born. And that's something I can understand.
Alright. Speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too.
I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely gone to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does.
Yeah, I should probably go in there too. Just to make sure y'all don't... just make sure Lise doesn't, like, snap her neck.
You've the commander's permission to enter then.
Alright, here we go. This better be fucking voice acted. Fordola.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
I didn't start shit.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men. And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it. You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind?
Get her, Aaron.
Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fordola. I see you for what you are.
Nope. Flashback time. Damn, that's a good fit.
Come along, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right. Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
Uh-oh.
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
Garlands.
We're citizens. We have rights.
Ah!
Father, I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
Whoa, man, that rock's a little big.
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
It's a vicious cycle. It's just the people at the bottom of the rung eating each other, so those at the top can just keep their place.
Fadola, please. You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods. What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
I mean, it shows how good Garlemald is at, like, just manipulating the fuck out of them. She became exactly what they wanted.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
Damn, Arnold.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past?
Yeah, it's cheating, but, you know.
And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
Whoa, whoa. Ah! Now she's seeing my memories. It's a lot, ain't it?
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
Trying to think how would Delcarius answer this. I think he would see it. Yeah. For those I have lost, for those I can yet save.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
That was really good. I enjoyed that a lot. That was really good. Like, doesn't justify a goddamn thing she did. But it's like, you could see the path she took. She played... It's so tragic, because, like, she played right into the Garlean's fans. Instead of taking her anger out on the ultimate force responsible, she took it out on everybody. I don't know what I walked into, but I joined on someone saying, why didn't you just kill yourself? It was a good point. Like, for the context of the conversation, it was a very good point. Because she could have killed herself at any point after being captured. But she didn't. Because she's trying to tell a story. And Alphino did not say a goddamn thing that entire conversation. Alright. I don't know that we've solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. Aye. And I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Dalkarius, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. It's a lot of bad memories to deal with. Also, thank God Arnvald's here, and Arnvald has become a very good character very quickly for me. Because he's able to empathize with her in a way that no one else is going to be able to. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who was born with the Echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? That was such a good cutscene. Like that and the one before it. Like, oh man, Raban showed up absolutely perfect moment. Because, like, the only argument I think I would have been able to have is, like, listen, we got, like, she at least has to go through a trial. She has to go through a trial, but Raban coming out being like, hey. She could have tons of information. She could have tons of useful things that we need. Like, we can't just go lopping people's heads off because we need her. And it's like, yeah. Good job, Raban. That's why you're the general. General Alden is inside, eh? Will you be joining him? Yes. Oh, this fucking place. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it. Yes. As expected, she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arenvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? We'd be hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance if you have time to lend a hand. Research! The device in which Kryl was held seems even more ominous now that you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices. I've been recording anything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant. Save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. For what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. Shut up now. For a race with no innate capacity to manipulate ether, the Guardians have conducted some exceedingly elaborate etheric experiments. But yeah, they want to understand this shit. Flame Investigator. I like your hat. So many bodies. Every one of them a victim of those experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perish from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die.
Damn.
There's like almost 100 bodies there. Oh no, way more than 100 bodies. Like, way more. I don't think... Oh, okay, it wraps around. Okay, there's probably like a good 1,000 dead people in this room. Jesus. And like, a lot of those small ones are like almost all Lalafels, but I would not be shocked if there were some children among them. Fucking Garleans, man. Just the worst.
I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Dalkarius, what have you learned?
Exposition dump. It's my strongest power. Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kryl and Thancred, I do believe I see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul. It seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door day and night. She can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past.
But you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again.
Indeed, as you may recall, Ysaela was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Grace Valgir's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed.
Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to concern.
Yeah, that does seem like almost perfectly condensed justice. In a sense.
If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, it will be not to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these gods-forsaken procedures. And Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish. Not yet.
Right.
Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned.
I understand. Thank you, General. We should lead the flames to it. Let's go. The Death Krieg! Hello! Hi! How are you doing? Also, Flatlines, lovely to see you, as always. T-Junkie, hi. Welcome to the stream, T-Junkie, and thank you for the follow. It's good to see you. Garland Empire is based on the real-life Roman Empire. Yeah, oh yeah. It's an effective way. It's cruel, but it works. Doing fine. How about you? I am loving that we're back to main story quest. It's been many months since we were able to do main story quests, and I'm pleased to be continuing. I go looking for answers about the Echo, and end up getting schooled by Raban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know. But I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority, and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? 'Tis a quandary which countless refugees now face. To continue the life they have built in Ul'dah, or to start again in the land of their birth. Dakaris! A moment! It's Pippin! I've newly returned from Ul'dah with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Till next time, my friends. Been learning about Kalador of the Kingdom, been loving them. Yeah, Kalador's great. Kalador is a super fun kingdom. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphino, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Dalkarius. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, bro, that's not why I'm being called. I'm not just gonna dig into Raban's business. Well, the question now of how to put the Mad King's treasure to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arundel? I'm at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins and start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, send Nanamo my regards, Dalkarius. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Bye, kiddos. Bunch of cuties. Old man Dalkarius has gotta go see the Sultana. She's gotta congratulate me on my Paladin tournament win again. I can never be congratulated too many times, right? Dum, 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 dum. I am here to see the Sultana of my least favorite land. My lord, it was an honor to face you in the tournament. Since that day, I've spent my every spare moment in the practicing yard, striving to attain some fraction of your skill with the blade. Ah, forgive me. We're here for your audience with the Sultana. Please proceed. Thank you, Bartholomew.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy.
Hi, Nanamo.
The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Rauban and his future.
Ah! That makes sense. Just the immediate frown.
All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Uldar home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss.
I don't think he's gonna want to leave, though.
Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side.
No.
I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears.
It's kind of dangerous, though.
Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
Oh, lordy. I mean, yeah, sure.
Wonderful.
Oh, this is gonna get complicated.
Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Oh, what could go wrong? He says there's a gajillion things that could go wrong. Passes through his mind. Wow, what could go wrong? The Royal Guard's not gonna be fucking furious. The Paladins aren't gonna be fucking furious. It's not like there's an entire group within this. It's not like the city is like the worst place in Eorzea. No, what? It'll be fine. He says when the Warrior of Light's drinking water, like. It's not like Ascian is gonna pop out and kidnap the Sultana, or we're gonna get attacked by assassins, or some group representing the Monitarists and Loloritos, former allies, and it'll be fine. Perchance you remember Lilira, the merchant's daughter. This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unannounced. Ordinarily, Papa Sean would accompany me, but for this particular outing I need an advisor, not a minder. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life, in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now, let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the gate of Nald. Oh, we're leaving the city! Oh, this is scary. Nanamo, I don't want to leave the city! Oh, God. At least Uldo doesn't have the elementals. I would rather deal with 9 elementals than 1 monetarist bullshit. Fuck. The elementals can be capricious, but like they're nature spirits, and we've got our horny boys and girls to help deal with them. Monitors are just fucking evil. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugees camp in squalor, at the mercy of the elements and Thanalan's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is. And unless blessed by the hand of Nold himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Uldar. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity. Yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. Your hands have been tied, Your Grace. Yes, my authority is limited. That is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. I was gonna say that, I mean, the elementals got fucked by the calamity, like, big time. Though that was also a big part of why they were, like, super bitchy about letting more people in. I mean, the thing, I feel bad for Nanamo because she's also, like, she's very young. So she doesn't have nearly as much authority as she will when she gets older. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in Eastern Thanalan when an untimely rock slide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Raban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' death were orchestrated by the Monitorists, we could only have brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biteable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price for my naivety. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the Monitorist damnable games. Forgive me my outburst. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Ul'dah and visit the Colosseum. Speak your truth. Speak your truth, ma'am. Man, I didn't know the Monitorist murdered her fucking parents. I mean, it's painfully obvious. Ain't no way that was an accident. Ain't no way. But I mean, she clearly knows the truth of the matter. Fucking Monitorist, dude. Nothing would make me happier than an expansion where we just brutally massacre the Monitorists. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign, and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Raban. The match I had been invited to attend was not all what I had expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice, and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring, which had arranged for Raban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did. And when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Raban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the blood sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the syndicate. And then I had my blade. No, okay, we're getting Echo. All right. I feel like Raban still would have won. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't think Raban was in any danger, I'm gonna be honest. I'm sure he appreciated the less work though. Ooh, the animations are getting better. Raban, 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 Raban.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
Bro, she is speeding.
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Sham.
Oh, poor Master Sham.
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine.
Her dress is so goofy.
With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar. And so, as tradition dictates, Rauben Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
I love when they do this pose where he's like holding her while he's got his sword. If you look up, there's a green skin. You can look up a green skin from Warhammer Fantasy called Grumlock and Gazbag, and it always, always makes me think of that. It always makes me think of that. Where you have like a giant orc with like their little goblin boss like hanging out on their shoulder. it's so great. Like, I don't think she's much of a fighter or a spellcaster. We've never seen her in any scenario like that. She seems to be mostly just like a political leader. But like, if she was just sitting there in front of his shoulder just casting spells, it'd be like the best thing. Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan's love for me is as that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raban, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. I feel like we should be doing more to try and get you like reliable pawns in the Syndicate. We should be stacking those Syndicate jobs. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Sworn for long, and there are other places I would visit. To Ozanith Ossuary. Oh boy. Yes, ma'am. This is the one place I haven't really done yet. That means there's going to be optional dialogue that I'm not going to get in here because I haven't done Black Mage yet. The Sultan Worm kind of suck. They're not the best at their job, let's be honest. They're a bit of an embarrassment. IMO. When the calamity threatened, Raban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cotonou, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louis Soir would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here, I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion, because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be a sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ul'dah. I have chosen my path, Dalkaris. With Ala Mhigo now freed from Imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Alamegans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution, an artisan school in Rauga's Reach, for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive. And this time, the Olden Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Why not seek the advice of one who employs refugees? A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the Syndicate, and he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Mandeville? Haha, yeah, you can say that. Then I need not explain his eccentric nature. Let us make our way to the landing, and I would see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should be only too glad to receive us. I have to say, this is a really nice not redemption, but this is a very nice series of character moments for Nanamo. Like, I sorely wish that this type of, like, this is the best place for it, but I do wish that there had been time for this sort of conversation post Heavensward instead of post Stormblood. I think it would have helped immensely then. I have ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. You've never been to the Gold Saucer? Seek past the Gold Saucer, please. Nanamo, honey. You've missed all the bunny boys and bunny girls? We gotta get you out more. I'm glad they eventually got around to it. Yeah, this feels like this should have been in the expansion before this, but I am glad it's happening. I had heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. But we could. I'll pay. We could play, and I'll pay. Come on, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. I need to sell cards while I'm here. Can I afford that last piece of gear I'm missing? Oh, I don't know which ones I bought. Shit. I think I bought everything but the pants. Yeah, the pants is what I'm still missing. Oh, I need more MGP. I might get some later before I call it a night today. I need more MGP! How do I... No. Oh, I need to check my lotto tickets. I should do that while I'm here. Hold up. I'll check in with you in a second, Nanama. I gotta go. Oh god. Catpot. I need to turn in my tickets. Ah! No! I missed it. I missed it. Buy a stupid ticket. Alright, I gotta make sure to come back faster next time. I need to come here on a regular basis. Every Saturday at 9 p.m. and then I have until the following Saturday. Okay. Also, your scratchers up front. Wait, where do I turn in scratchers? Is it the front? I know. Alright, they're not going anywhere. Do you turn in scratchers, or do I need to buy scratchers? Front desk for mini cacti. Chrysling? No, that's that. Oh, there you are. Oh god. I don't remember what this is. $17.22. I'm gonna choose 140. I think I got a really shit set. 720 for 8. $10 is 80. You don't get anything for a 5. Oh, then you guess. Oh, I see. Whatever. 16. I'll play like 3 of these. Why not? Does it... How do you get a 6? Like, are you hoping for like a 1, 2, 3? Oh, is it like Sudoku? Is it guaranteed to have numbers 1 through 9? Alright, last one, and I'm gonna go do other things. 2... 6. Oh! Oh! Okay, so it's guaranteed to be numbers 1 through 9. Fun. Oh, okay, you just get 3. That's what I was gonna say. I'm only gonna do 3 of this. Alright, let's go find Nanamo. I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Mandeville. Shall we sit while we await his coming? I do need to take a break in a little bit to get food and put out trash cans, but we're going to be playing pretty late today.
My apologies, Your Grace. I've kept you waiting.
No apologies. Excuse me. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice.
When the intrepid Dalkarius Adara and the Sultana herself come calling, there is no more important engagement.
As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I am sure, that many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland. You are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might be best distributed?
The unusual circumstances of our meeting, and Your Grace's choice of companion, would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Ulda's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea.
You oppose my proposition?
Most emphatically. I agree with Your Grace that the refugees must have housing and employment. But what profit is there for Ulda in this arrangement?
Profit? After all you have done for Gia Albania's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune.
Forgive me, Your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. And then we must consider Ulda's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity.
He has some points. I don't know if he worded that super well, but he has some points.
Surely it is not your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill.
Then what do we do, Godbert? Indeed. Then any support I'm pledged to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, while also serving the interests of the people of Ulda.
Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with returning Alamigans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects.
You have given me much to ponder, Lord Mandeville. I thank you for your candor. I would both agree and disagree simultaneously with Mandarin. I'd be like, I agree with some of what you're saying, but I still feel like more could be done in Ulda to help, like, all of the poor, because the wealth disparity in Ulda is crazy. Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about lamenting my naivety will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Dalkarius, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. I know several. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East Aldernaut Trading Company. But if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the Aetherite in Ulda. A fair journey to you, Dalkarius, and a swift one, if you please. I do like that he actually wore pants. I think that's the first time we have ever seen Godbert wear pants. He wasn't wearing his booty shorts, he was wearing actual pants. Also, I take umbrage with the idea that the Warrior of Light would say nice things. Like, she's like, oh, you speak so highly of Hancock. Whoa, 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 whoa. I would never speak highly of Hancock. I would speak highly of Hancock as highly as I could ever speak about someone in the East Aldernaut Trading Company. He's still an absolute rat, in my opinion. But he is tolerable. I do not think he is a good person. Let's not get that confused. He is as good of a person I have met among merchants. Greetings, honored sir. You be entering the Ruby Bazaar's offices? Yes. I have to talk to one of the biggest bastards that I regularly deal with. Dalkarius! To what do I owe the pleasure? Or are you here on business? I beg your pardon. Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Ulda. My dear Dalkarius, I have to thank you for this recognition, I am sure. And I am flattered that you came to me. Truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Lolorito, a man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garderobe with gold. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say, at the Scion's former headquarters in Thanalan. The Waking Sands would seem a suitably neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Fare you well, Dalkarius, and may your deetings prove fruitful. See, this is the exact fucking shit I'm talking about. He's sending me to talk to someone I hate more than anyone else, and he wants me to meet him in the old headquarters that we had to evacuate? After he, like, betrayed... Oh my god. Go fuck yourself, Hancock. Go fuck yourself, Hancock. Absolute bastard. Hey, Starling, it's good to see you. Welcome back, Dalkarius. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? Yeah, he wants us to talk to the literal fucking devil. With Lolorito! And you agreed to this? No. I was not given a choice. I would have said no. Fuck Lolorito. I would never work with Lolorito. The world could be ending, and I would tell Lolorito to go suck a fat dick. I just want to make that beyond apparent. The game, I'm being railroaded by this storyline. Fuck Lolorito. I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the Monitoress at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Ulda effectively. Very well. I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go on ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. I could just assassinate him. I could just assassinate him. It would be a terrible tragedy for Lolorito to meet with his sudden demise. Sudden but well-deserved demise. But, like, you know, sometimes... Fucking Lolorito. Ugh. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I've heard many tales, but never had the occasion to visit. To work, then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves. God, I fucking hate Lolorito. He better say the smartest shit in the universe when he gets in here.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
Go fuck yourself, dude. You are an absolute rat. I hope we at least caught him off guard. I fucking hate him so much.
You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask.
Is this the first time?
Would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
Is this the first time he's ever taken off his helmet?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I'm glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
Get his ass, Nanamo.
By all means. I must say I'm most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate.
I am glad he's dead, at least.
But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
At least you called him out. A little bit.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more.
God, I fucking hate him so much. I'm surprised he can say the word charity without vomiting. That's impressive for him.
To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. Ha! I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would.
Yeah, hit him with the just as I knew you would.
Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
I would... I mean, the saltery... Like, salt is a very, very good industry that it would have a lot of production for. God, I have to remember... I'm trying to remember what the fuck the difference between Alagana and the Alagiri is. I don't remember which one is which. Because I would have thought the capital. Because the capital mostly just needs to be rebuilt, but it's got, like, a lot of fundamental infrastructure that can be built up. Because Alagana would be... I want to say Alagana is the one in the peaks? Great. I gotta look at a map. Which one is which? Hey, I was right. Okay, it's in the peaks. Okay, yeah, but the problem with Alagana that we learned through much of the storyline, but especially the monk storyline, was that it's a quarry, but the quarry has been heavily exhausted. And then Aligiri, where is Aligiri? No, I don't know. I don't need to know what it is. I need to know where it is. Okay, Aligiri is the settlement outside of the big boat. So Aligiri is in... Okay, so that means Aligiri is a trade route. Alagana is an exhausted quarry, which we learned through the job storylines. And then the Saltery... I mean, the Saltery has some established... it's got resources with, like, the salt, but it's also much deeper. I feel like if your goal was to make good return on investment, you'd want to invest in the trade route. Because if it's a fulcrum point on a trade route, not only is it a good place to send refugees, but it's like primed for reinforcing architecture, and it's also primed for a population boom and investment. The only thing I worry a little bit is that it doesn't have like necessarily a great export. I feel like the Saltery, it's definitely not Alagana. I feel like Alagana is just flat out wrong, because the quarry seems like it's partially exhausted at least, and they have like so many problems. Now I'm gonna go with the trade route. I'm gonna try Aligiri for the trade route. So Aligiri.
Yes, if a stable trade route can be established between Uldar and Alamigo, then Aligiri would once more become an important waypoint. But while such growth would greatly benefit its current residents, I'm afraid it could sustain little beyond that.
Oh, okay, we're okay. Multiple choice, I guess. Let's try the Saltery then. How about the Saltery? Because that has an export. I mean, I guess it could
be. Yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltery and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of guilt.
Okay, so he cares more about the export.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well-versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ons of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
I still don't like him. I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Dalkarius. I could not have done it without you. Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Dalkarius, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your next return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together, we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Ulda both. Yeah, I have very mixed feelings about that particular story beat. Like, the Monitorists still act like the Monitorists. They're still predatory assholes. They acted in character, though. A part of me kind of wishes Nanamo had put her foot down harder about that while the entire concept does not need to be charity and there could be looking for profits, that their Ulda could still do better about how it treats the poor and destitute, and taxing the wealthy in order to provide for the common folk, whether they be foreign or otherwise, is still a worthwhile endeavor. This had a very like enlightened libertarian lean to it that I'm like, ugh, I just don't like Ulda. I just fucking hate Ulda. Like, Ulda is a place that I would be like, dude, I do not like. I love Gridania. The Lominsa's got some good things going for it. Like, they're trying to be better at least. Like, they had a lot of that pirate culture, but like, Ulda just fucking sucks. Like, it's a good, like, it's, how do I say this? The Ulda I don't like because it's the only part of the game where I feel like my character is being hard railroaded. Like, I feel like you just don't get to make decisions for a character that acts a lot of the way that they act throughout a lot of the game. And it has just too much of a like, well, we can save the world, we can fight the Garlean Empire, but, you know, those rich guys down in Ulda, like, even though they tried to kill us, there's no way to deal with this. There's like, we can't do anything about these rich assholes that like tried to assassinate us and everyone we care about, and could have very easily brought the world to its knees for their own greedy bullshit. We just have to accept that we've got to work with them. And I'm like, no, we don't. That's absolute horseshit. Or at the very least, they should have been like, it still takes me out of the game. Like, it still completely takes me out of the game whenever Lolorito shows up. Like, I can see what they're trying to do. But the Monitorist plotline still is genuinely super upsetting to me. Like, I hate the writing for it. I feel like the writing is cowardly, and it's fucking shit. Like, I think it's shit writing. And it makes me genuinely mad. Like, I think Gridania is a very interesting, intriguing place. You have this whole concept of, like, you're dealing with the elementals, and they're these otherworldly demigod, if not godlike beings that you have to placate, and you moved into and are living in their space. So it makes sense that you have to work with them, even if they can sometimes be, like, kind of odd or cruel or unknowable. But they're like a nature spirit, and you got to work with nature in a place where nature is that powerful. Totally get it. Limsa Lominsa is like, yeah, it's kind of shady and there's some crazy shit going on, but the people in control of Limsa Lominsa are like, hey man, we gotta like do our best to be better. Like, we don't do the super illegal shit anymore. We allow people to still kind of get their kicks, like, as long as they're going after, like, the agreed upon bad guys. They're going after the Garleans who are threatening everyone. They're like this horrible takeover empire. Like, the streets got some shady shit going on, but like, officially we're trying to be better. Like, we're still not there yet, but we're at least trying. Ulda fucking sucks. Like, I fucking hate Ulda. Genuinely. Like, it is just the shittiest place of like, stacks of refugees, and this whole storyline about how the one time they tried to make Ulda a better place, the people in power pulled off an assassination plot that the devs obviously didn't have the balls. Like, the monitorists were so obviously set up because, like, their fundamental design is they are vile. Like, they are vile, horrible people. Like, Godbert is kinda okay, but even, like, that conversation, like, Godbert's like, well, we can't have any charity whatsoever. Don't tax the rich. I mean, you can't tax us, the big guys, because that'll make us resent the poor people more than we already do. And it's like, Godbert, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, Godbert's like, but won't helping the poor make the other poor resent you? So we should help none of them, says enlightened Godbert. Shut the fuck up, Godbert, you greedy motherfucker. Like, since you're mostly, taking advantage of and harboring, and, like, financing Alamegan refugees, like, should we punish you because you don't hire enough local folk, apparently? Get off your fucking high horse. Fuck Ulda, dude. I would burn Ulda to the ground. Like, not even, like, if I was the actual Warrior of Light, I would not work with monitorists. Like, there would have to, like, the Asians would have to be knocking on the door, and the monitorists have a Asian go away button that they click. And I'm like, God damn it, I need that button. All right, I'll work with them. Or, like, I shouldn't say, I would work with some of the monitorists. But, like, the monitorists would need to be shifting culturally. Like, they would need to be giving concessions. Lolarito should be fucking dead. Like, Lolarito should have died. He should have been buried 6 feet under, all of his assets seized. He fucking tries to kill the Warrior of Light. Not in this house. Like, not in this house. Like, I hate him. And, like, I could feel the game is trying so hard to be like, listen. We know he sucks. Like, we know Lolarito's a slimy guy. But, like, he's a useful slimy guy, so, like, we could work together with him, even though admittedly, he's like an absolute fucking slime ball. And I'm like, I could work with him if he faced any consequences that I actually got to witness. Like, you get the whole speech about, like, he's played some reparations. It's like, not that I've seen he hasn't. Like, Lolarito should have been thrown in jail for at least a little bit, or he should have lost, like, his position on the syndicate. And here's the thing. If they wanted to keep using Lolarito, they should have had a storyline where he gets arrested, he gets thrown in jail, and he's, like, just treated like shit for a while. And then a situation like this situation came up where, like, we need him. Like, he wasn't, maybe Lolarito is shown to, like, he's not as bad as Teleji Adeleji because he was like, I'm not gonna kill the Sultana because that would lose me a useful pawn and that would be stupid. I don't want to cause a revolution, I just want to keep things the same. So he's like, alright, tell you what, I saved the Sultana and you got me. You know what, you got me. And we're like, okay, fine, fuck this dude, we're gonna arrest him. And then, like, he gives us access, like, they could have salvaged Lolarito as a character, in my opinion, if he faced any consequences at all for being literally one of the biggest fuck you villains from the entirety of A Realm Reborn. Like, the fact that they keep, every time I try and move past it, it just fucking, like, he just fucking shows up again. Or Hancock. God, fuck Hancock, dude. Like, I feel like the developers, like, railroad you so hard to being like, well, Hancock's cool. Like, Hancock's a cool guy. It's like, nah, Hancock sucks. Like, I did side dungeon content where, guess what? Hancock still sucks. Like, every time you deal with him, like, it's the eternal, like, hey man, trying to save the world. I'm trying to beat back the worst empire imaginable. Could you, like, help us the fuck out? And he's like, well, you know, I don't, like, I'm still gonna do weapons deals with the evil empire. I'm still gonna, like, financially support the evil empire that you're fighting against. So, you know, like, like, I'll help you, sure, but I'm gonna help everybody. It's like, you are such a slimy piece of shit. Ugh. The whole thing, just the East Alderney Trading Company, which is also based on, like, one of the most evil things to exist in humanity. Like, the East India Trading Company was unfathomably evil on a worldwide scale. And the East Alderney Company is clearly inspired by them and acts like them. And, like, the game is just too smarmy about it sometimes. Like, I'm gonna be honest, it takes me out of the game every time. Every time I gotta deal with Hancock, every time I gotta deal with Lolorito or the Monitorists, and the game is just like, aren't they funny? And it's like, nah, dude, read the room. like I realize it's just a game, but, like, some of this is, like, really not okay from, like, in my opinion. Some of this is really gross from, like, a real world perspective, first of all. Second of all, they actively tried to kill me. They actively caused the Empire Strikes Back ending of A Realm Reborn. And you're like, oh, it's been an expansion, forget about that. It's like, go fuck yourselves. I will not forget about that. Like, they are bad people. We should be working to stop them. We should be working to shut them down. The fact that the world is just like, well, we just have to work with the super evil capitalist assholes. Like, fuck that. Like, welcome to JP Writing. Well, Japan needs to get its head out of its ass when it comes to this. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to, like, witness it and play through it. Like, I find it genuinely upsetting. I'm gonna be super honest. I find it genuinely upsetting writing. Which I know may sound like just a very stupid thing, but, like, yeah, it's ugh. I think the biggest thing for me is if the character was in a position where your character, like, if this was a Warhammer Fantasy roleplay campaign, I would have no issue with it. I would have no issue with the monitors as they exist. If I was playing a Warhammer Fantasy roleplay campaign where your main character is just some guy, like, you're just some random dude who's trying to save the world, but you're a nobody. You're a nobody. And there are, like, massive, horrible, wealthy people that you just gotta deal with because you're just some small fry in the world. But, like, this game, the fact that you're going up against the forces you go up against, and your character is practically a demigod, and, like, you're going up against the Garleans, and for the game to have the audacity to look at the Garleans and say, oh my god, look at what the Garleans are doing. Aren't they so evil? Aren't they so bad? They must be stopped by any means. Violence is an acceptable means to stop them. Working with all these different peoples is an acceptable thing to stop them. But then it turns on its heel and goes, oh yeah, but the monitors are fine. And it's like, the Monitorists would do the exact same shit. they're only slightly less bad. Slightly. And the thing that kills me is I feel like the writing knew it too. Because in the I just don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go off on this whole thing. I apologize. Like, I think the thing that hurts me is it feels like the first game understood the assignment. Like, the first game, you play through all the jobs, which we've been doing, and, like, the Paladin storyline is like, look how fucking evil these monitorists are. Like, you are playing the divine Paladin career, and your villain, your bad guy, isn't fiends, it isn't the darkness, it's the fucking capitalists trying to assassinate you guys because they want to remove the people close to the Sultana so they can manipulate her. Aren't these guys the fucking worst? And you're like, yeah! And A Realm Reborn's like, look, aren't they the fucking worst? They assassinated the Sultana. And you're like, yeah! And then just nothing. Just nothing. And I'm like, God damn, it sucks. It feels like, it's like the end times. It makes me feel like the Warhammer Fantasy end times. Where, like, I was promised a story, and then they never fulfilled the story. And it keeps getting rubbed in my face. It keeps getting rubbed in my face that these horrible, this evil corporation of folks is still, like, around. And they're just like, well, we're cool with them now. And it's like, what are you talking about? We're not cool with those guys. Just because I'm fighting literal Satan over there does not mean I want to team up with Mecha Hitler. Like, there's a point where the all in this together thing does not extend. Like, I'm not willing to work with those guys just because I'm trying to save the world. There is a line in the sand. Ugh. God damn it. Yeah, sorry. I had to get that out. I had to, like, just that whole cutscene with Godbert and Manderville just massively pissed me off. That massively pissed me off. I could not have been. It even started off so good. It started off so promising. Like, Nanamo being like, I want to go hang out among the common people. And she starts saying all this cool shit. And then we run up into Godbert and Lolorito, and they're like, hey, remember these guys who fucking suck? And Nanamo can't do anything that she wants to do because these guys are just terrible. Ugh. Superman is supposed to be a hero to not just kill to win. I mean, technically, Superman does not have a no-kill rule. Batman has a no-kill rule. Superman does not have a no-kill rule. He doesn't like to kill, but he will. Like, Superman will kill people canonically. Alright, anyway. I think that's a good... Let's take a breather. Let's take a break. I gotta... Oh, my God. So, man, I was not expecting that to get me so worked up. Man. Fuck Lolorito, dude. If anyone out there ever wants to go hard on, like, crazy artwork for, like, Dalkarius in universe, a piece of art about him, a piece of art of me, like, impaling Lolorito and, like, triumphantly, like, just obliterating him, I would be delighted, because that is the biggest difference between forced railroading in-game universe Dalkarius and regular Dalkarius. Actual Dalkarius would have murdered the shit out of Lolorito. Or at least would have beat him up. I don't know if I would have killed him, but I would have beaten him up at least. I would have picked him up and just shook him like a sack of potatoes. Ugh. Alright, anyway. I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna grab some food, and I gotta put out trash cans because they're picking up trash tomorrow. And I also need to take out, there's an extra bag of trash in the backyard I need to take out. So I'm gonna go put out trash. And remember, fuck billionaires. Fuck billionaires. Oh yeah, there's a trillionaire now. I saw, according to at least some news I saw on X. I don't know how true that is. It seemed pretty true because everyone was talking about it. But apparently, like, Musk is a trillionaire now, and fucking awful. Awful. We live in a hell world, I swear to God. Oh, I hate rich people. I hate rich people. Alright, anyway. I'll be back. Let me make sure that music's playing. I will be back in just a little. Impaling him on what? I don't care what, as long as it kills him. Ugh. Open all the doors so it cools off here a little bit. Let's get a little more. I have to say, if you think that I do not absolutely fucking adore this game, one might go so far as to say I love this game, then you'd be a fool. Because I do not get that passionate about things I don't give a shit about. If that was not a glowing recommendation from me about this game, then nothing is. All right, I got some sustenance. Yeah, I had to take out the trash, and when I take out the trash, I also have to take out the neighbor's trash. Because she is an elderly woman that cannot take out her own trash. So I do it for her. And I'm happy to do it. And I found some SpaghettiOs in the cabinet, which are delicious, and a childhood nostalgia thing of mine. And I also found a bag of goldfish, which goes excellent with tomato stuff. So just know that if you sat through that and you were like, oh my god, Sotek hates this game, I don't. Quite the opposite.
Hunt down those lizard trinkets.
Sion, thank you for the super chat. Gridania is pretty racist against dust whites to keep it the new. True. True. Not quite the same caliber and scale of issue, though. Hey, Hugh, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Snotling, did you hear about what happened to Gingy? One of your favorite nostalgia childhood foods? Oh, a Red Baron? Dude, like a single? A Red Baron makes some of the best singles. I think the only, like, better single-sized pizza than Red Baron is, DiGiorno. Like, the nicer ones. They're fucking expensive, though. Well, you know what? While we're sitting here for a moment and I'm stuffing my face for just a sec, let me put up the stream for tomorrow. That way I don't forget. Awakening a Tomb Royal. Building a Tomb King / Queen. With the Fantasy Lorebeards. Season 5. I don't know what bonus episode this is. I guess I can look that up later. Most people aren't gonna look at the thumbnail hard enough to see that. This... Oh, I'm in the wrong square. Tomb. There it is. Hopefully Andy's okay with this. That's what we're doing. Tuesday, 3 p.m. CST. And I just need to grab the prior thing. Actually, I could do that part later. I'll just put this up. Just go ahead and get it up. Oh, that's awesome! He was able to suss out where that came from. That's great. Javante Jones, hello. Very respectful and admirable thing to do. You're a nice person. What did I do? I didn't do anything. Oh, you're talking about the trash cans. Well, I like helping people. I often get frustrated with my fellow human beings, but ultimately I do enjoy helping them whenever I can. Very selfishly, I might add, because whenever I help people, I get good brain chemicals. So I do it more for me. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, thank you for the super chat. Is there a particular line of wealth for you where this hatred begins? Billionaire. Billionaire with a B. I think if someone accumulates a mass of wealth that is genuinely impossible for them to build up without grotesquely abusing and taking advantage of millions of other people, that is a genuinely evil form of wealth. Especially because those people live only to hoard it, as opposed to, like, doing anything with it. They like to collect it just to make number go up. You know, these are not individuals that are, like, doing everything in their power to invest in the future of, like, making the world a better place. They are people that parasitize and abuse everyone and everything around them, to the point where they attempt to, like, buy off governments, and they exploit resources to a grotesque degree. Like, you know, it's interesting. There used to be a thing, right? There used to be a thing back in the day. There were some bad people that accumulated horrific amounts of wealth. However, they were also obsessed with, like, trying to leave a good memory of themselves. So they would, like, invest a significant amount of their wealth into, like, libraries and public parks, national monument. Like, they would attempt to give back a significant, not as much as they should have, but they would attempt to, like, help people so that people would, like, not hate them. And it seems that a lot of that has kind of started to collapse. And, like, you learn about, like, you know, all the shit that happened with, like, Epstein and all this other stuff, where there's just these oligarchs. There's just these incredibly, horrifically wealthy people who will do anything to just make their wealth more. Even though they don't get anything for it. It's not like there's something they want to buy that they can't buy unless they have more billions. Like, I think somewhere in the low millions is totally achievable. I think somewhere in, like, maybe even the tens of millions, you know, you can get away with that. But, like, once you're in, like, the hundreds of millions or the billions, especially billions, like, billions is where I draw a hard line. I do not think there is a morally justifiable way to hit $1 billion. Because you, as an individual, there's nothing you could do to be worth $1 billion. Unless, like, you developed the cure for all cancers and you charged like $1. You're like, I'm going to charge a really small amount of money that I get paid for the cure to all possible cancers. and I make sure that all 8 billion people on the planet can receive this preventative all cure to cancer that I have magically invented. And I would be like, okay, that guy could be a billionaire reasonably. But that's never how someone becomes a billionaire. Billionaires these days, they're not inventors. They're not creators. They're assholes that go out and they buy other people out. They find people that created things that they're like, ooh, that thing's starting to make money, and they buy it off of them. Like, all the shit with, like, Musk pretending that he was like Iron Man, when literally all he did was go out and buy things that other people made. To get to, like, beyond billions. Like, if you're like, I just want to, like, live super comfortably and be able to travel and, like, do all this stuff, and, like, my family was, or, like, someone in my family, like, worked really hard, and they planned carefully for our futures, and we, you know, we're millionaires, but, like, we spend our wealth, we go out, we do things, we support, like, either the arts, or like our local communities or educations or environmental stuff. Like, that's perfectly ethical. But like the second that B gets in there, like, you're no longer rich, you're like grotesquely rich, which is like a different, you know, it's kind of that there's a lot of people who are wealthy but don't realize they're wealthy. Like, I have a friend like that, who, like, she's very wealthy but doesn't realize it. But then there's also people who, like, have enough money that they can live comfortably the rest of their lives, do anything they want to do, but they're, like, getting out there, and they're seeing the world, and they have a relatively low footprint, but they're not billionaires. They're never billionaires. Because I feel like to be a billionaire, you have to be completely detached from reality. Because it just requires, like, a level of... It requires a level of not having empathy, because there's so much you could do with that money, you know? And they're the kind of people that I don't, you know, it's like, if you're the kind of person that's like, well, if I had $1 billion, I would support all of my favorite artists, and I'd support my favorite musicians, and I'd support my favorite companies, and I would, like, do so much good. You'll never be a billionaire. You can't. Because you're actually willing to use that money to make things better for other people. So you cannot become, like, you're not going to succeed. Because when you get that money, you're going to spend it. And if you're spending it, then you're not that level of rich. Hopefully that makes sense. Like, I know when people hear rich, they think very broad. I'm not talking broad. I'm talking like the top 1% of the global population. Not even, really, like, it's more like the top 0.0001%. Like, it's a disturbingly small club. Scion. If I was a billionaire, the first thing I'd do is buy out Games Workshop, then put Andy Law, Andy Hall, and Dan Abnett and you in charge of lore. But see, then you wouldn't be a billionaire anymore, because you just spent it all. So that's why you're not like them, because you would spend it to achieve something that you're like, I think this would make this thing I love better. And we'd worship you for it, but, you know, that's why you're doomed never to be like them. Because you would want to use it to do something. They don't. That's what makes them scary. Like, really scary. Like, all the money y'all give me, I'm terrible with it. I don't do a good job hoarding it. Because I go spend it on, like, my other friends who are streamers and stuff. Doing, like, support things for them, or subs, or super chats and all this stuff. And I spend it, like, to help my parents. And I spend it to, like, buy gifts for family members and stuff, or like take a friend who I know is having a really bad week out for food so that he can like get out of the house and relax a little bit. Like, and if you're doing that kind of stuff, you're never gonna be rich, man. Might be worth qualifying ultra rich. I'll say oligarchs. I'll use the term oligarch. I feel like oligarch's a straightforward term. Wait, what is this?
Bye-bye, Marienburg. Smile upon the wisdom of the masses. S tier for Marienburg. Thank you. Proudly rebuilds. Oh, Marienburg's not moving. Glorious shield protecting Marienburg's position in S tier. No. Excellent. Detail. Guys, please. We're desperately. Oh, no! Marienburg S tier.
That's great. That's fantastic. Speaking of money, I have my 4th interview? It's not like, how many goddamn interviews do they need? Formicia, greetings, Zotex. Have I read the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition Illustrated book? I have. In the Skeggy section, I did not like how they interpreted as that Lizardmen wanted to exterminate them with a meteor but didn't get successful. I don't even remember them throwing a meteor at Skeggy. I don't remember that part. Hi, Zephart fans. Side of the Emperor. I suppose there's at least one billionaire who did that, though. Ted Turner with Cartoon Network. He bought it out and just let the creators do their own thing. It seemed to go more to shit after he died. Yeah. And that'll happen sometimes. Yeah, it did go to shit after he died. That do be true. Honestly, I wish more billionaires were like autistic people that would just be like, I'm gonna buy this thing I really fucking like, and I just want it to be as good as it possibly can be. So I just want them to run it without needing to worry about money. And I don't want them to worry about making a profit. I just want them to be as good as they possibly can. Like, we need more of those kinds of people. For Misa, I don't know, it seemed to me in the book they did not clarify that paragraph well, because it seemed like the Lizardmen wanted to kill them all with a colossal power, but Norse was so stubborn to be dead. Yeah, I'd have to double check it. I don't remember that part because the Lizardmen didn't destroy Skeggy. They destroyed the other one. Fuck. I can't remember the name of it. They destroyed a different Norscan settlement. Yeah, we need more philanthropists. Bring back philanthropists. We need the people that are like, I have $500 million, creative assembly, put my favorite faction, put the Kingdoms of End into the game for my $500 million. I say as I twirl my Monopoly Man mustache. I don't know, cure diseases or something. I sent the section via Discord. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Skeggy. Unable to cut off the sea. Callers continue to get food, weapons, soldiers from home. After a decade-long siege, the Lizardmen retreated back to the jungle. Skeggy remained. As a cruel irony, attacks on the settlement kept Skeggy alive. For the Norsemen, no law, and swiftly dividing the Nordic factions. Yeah, sure. There have been close calls once the Lizardmen managed to get the Sun City to burn, but the Norsemen stood in the water and fought back flaming spears. Another time, the King Priest called down meteors, drowning the city in great tsunamis. It seems that the Norse. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. There have been. Basically, that explains why Skeggy isn't massive. Like, the reason that Skeggy is basically, like, little bigger than a notable fishing village is because the lizardmen have whooped the shit out of it, like, several times. Like, yeah, they hit it with some tsunamis, which basically destroyed it, but the Norskins rebuilt it. That's when you look at Skeggy, it looks like a ramshackle collection of, like, rafts and wood huts. Like, it's a very low-tech, place, and yet it's one of the largest, like, successful ports in Lustria. And the reason for that is because the lizardmen have fucked it up so many times. It's just that the people who live there are very, very hardy, and they're big survivalists. So, like, the lizardmen have attempted to wipe them out several times and have been mostly successful. It's just like they're like cockroaches. If like 2 of them survive, and they just rebuild the whole fucking place. Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. And headcanon, the Norskins are like the Amish in that one the one, yeah, where they like blow the house up and the Amish just immediately rebuild it. Yeah, it's like that. All right. Let us resume. Dakarius, you're back. What's in Dynamo? Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? So, Raban says he's going to return to Olga, but she isn't sure he wants to. Tell us something we don't know. But I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lise, assuming the interim government elects to accept Ulda's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal, after all, and allowing Ulda to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? Don't say that. Lise, don't say that, honey. I'm gonna go off on it. I'm gonna lose it. But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though. We need to discuss this proposal with the Saltery's residents. See, I know Alphino's my boy. Alphino is my boy. He fucking gets it. Whisker, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Dalcaris? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. I am very much enjoying the rebuilding Alamigo storyline. It is a good plot. One or more of your client setting files, which include your hotbar settings, failed to save. Weird. Flatline, welcome back. You barely missed anything. I also just got back not too long ago. Sorry, you should also start making videos on character pack proposals like the Moon and Mim one I sent you. Make one on Egrom, Talaris, etc. Yes, I do. I want to get the mount video done first, though. That is the plan, though, to start talking about character packs. I'm really excited for when Josh gets back from his surgery, because I really want to ask him about how Bashiva did. I'm very curious about, like, I don't need to know the exact sales numbers, but I'm just curious if it was considered a success or not. What manner of mischief brings you youngins told what this time, eh? They want to rebuild the Saltery, Granddad. Akarius, tell him about the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was. But it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to cool the buggers. The Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Granddad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whisker, my lad. I truly would. So, does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, aye, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've got some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Dalcarius? You could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them. Yeah, I can do that. Let's not waste any time, then. I'll see you by the lock. Whilst you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me what exactly is required to restore the Saltery to its former glory. Good hunting. Oh, he went like 5 feet. What would get a Caledonian out of Ulthuan? Wanderlust would be the primary thing. But also it could be that they hear about like a relic that was lost during one of the ancient wars, like the War of the Beard, or one of the many wars against Chaos. Maybe they hear about a dragon, or like a dragon eggs that have been stolen, which happens a fair bit, in the grand scheme of things. So like someone, like a dark elf or someone steals a dragon egg and they have to go back and get it. Maybe they hear about like an ancient dragon nest that's been discovered. Maybe they hear about like, you know, maybe they just want to see the world for some reason. Like, there's plenty of reasons to leave. Right then, Dalcarius. I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I get on. That's kind of a fun dynamic. Alright, let's start with that figure. Learn more about the Yabby. Discover the Yabby's weak point. Yabby's jaw. The Yabby's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Ah, it looks like you found a Yabby. They say hitting their shells like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Aim for the soft underside of the head. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then. Wish me luck. Is Nethu planned for this summer? Yes, soon. Probably like, maybe even this upcoming week? But, soon. Could you have a Caledonian prince because of White Lion? Yeah, anybody can become a White Lion. They tend to come from somewhere else. But they tend to come from Krace, but they can come from anywhere. Thanks, Dalcarius. I did just as you told me, and the Wadekin went down like a sack of popotos. Popotos? Do you not have potatoes? You have popotos? Let's find something else. Hit it very hard. That would have gotten that man killed. I do find it somewhat disconcerting that the Warrior of Light could just be like, yeah, just go hit it. It'll be fine. What can we expect from a Chaos Dwarf mini-pack? I don't... That would be hard. Because you'd have to get a character to lead it. And we have very few options to work with because the Chaos Dwarfs are pretty tapped out. There are units we could get, like the Harridans, the bazookas, like infantry with rocket launchers, there's another thing I'm forgetting. You could do like the magma dragon, the Incarnate Elemental of Fire would kind of make sense. You could do... if you're really scratching the bottom of the barrel, you could try and go for the Colossi, though that got evolved into the neck of the Kadai Colossus, so I feel like they'd be like, no, we already did that. But the hard thing is finding a character to lead it. You'd either have to go back to Games Workshop and try to convince them that they should allow Shartor the Executioner to be used in fantasy, which Creative Assembly already tried that, and the last time they tried to get Shartor, Games Workshop said no, he's an Age of Sigmar character, not a fantasy character. But considering that the Chaos Dwarfs or the Hellsmiths of Hashut have been brought back to AOS, and they didn't bring his model back, like they didn't resurrect him, seems to suggest that that was bullshit and that he's not actually an AOS character. If CA maybe can apply a little pressure, he's literally just an abandoned character that doesn't have a home. So maybe if they could convince them to give them Shartor, then yeah, you could absolutely do that. Like, barely an inconvenience, super easy. Think I can handle the Yabbies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? What else is out there? Big fucking Rockman. But like Hobgoblin Cons would be nice, the hero unit. The foe bad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate, since power pulsating from behind its brow. Ugh, a foe bad. How do I defeat one of those? Just hit it really, really hard. Destroy the core within its brow. Inside its head, is it? I'll try and stab it right between the eyes, then. What about a Phoenix? Yeah, anyone can become a Phoenix Guard. Literally anyone. It just has to be their destiny. God damn, goldfish are delicious. Thank you for the super chat, Siam. Bazookas, Hardens, Magma Dragons, Bull Centaur Lords. Yeah, Bull Centaur Lords. Hobgoblin Hero, Shartor's LL, Rykart the Lizard Hero. Yeah, that worked great. It's not easy. Fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo watching your every move. But I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, Dalkaris. We're a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Anyway, we should head back to the Saltery before Grandad starts to worry I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yabby's hatchlings. Does Emmerich hoard his dragons? He does not. He has a singular dragon. Kalidor, the nation, hoards its dragons, absolutely. See you returned in one piece? Did with the beasties then, did you? I fought them myself. A bit of instruction from Dalkaris here, like. Once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad. A fine young lad you've become, Wesker. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late I hear tales of folk over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. We need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting this Saltery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. It seems Wesker has the Saltery's security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt, and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alden! Apologies for the interruption, sir. The General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt, and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Ul'dah. You should go. Honestly, Alphino is growing more and more and more and more and more in my esteem. Like, the fact that he has taken it upon himself to make sure that the Alamegans are going to get a fair deal and not get, like, just fucked, absolutely fucked by the Monstrous. Good on you, Alphino. You're a good lad. General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate in Al Alamigo quarter. My apologies again, sir. Fare you well. So proud of you, Alphino. You've grown up so much. Do Caledonians and Dragon Slayers not get along? No, they would hate each other. Caledonians would fucking hate anyone that ever even considered killing a dragon. To kill a dragon is like one of the greatest offenses you could possibly commit as far as a Caledonian is concerned. Dragons are essentially sacred to them. Unless, like, the only exception, they're not idiots. The only exception they would notably make is when it came to, like, really bad dragons. Like the nightmarish uber dragons of the old world that are more like rampaging behemoth gods than they are anything reasonable, pure, or beautiful. But like an Ulthwani dragon, but they still wouldn't look kindly on Dragon Slayers. Like, even if you were totally justified, they still wouldn't approve. Do Caledonians care about overworld dragons? A bit, not as much. It's complicated. They still see dragons as noble and sacred creatures. Oh, they would hate zombie dragons. Yeah, a zombie dragon would be one of the greatest possible offenses imaginable. Ooh, this looks pretty. Hey, boss.
Apologies for the wait.
What you got for me?
People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far.
I could take her out of the city if you want.
But it is no concern of yours.
Okay, then.
We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
What?
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal.
Yes, I
well,
do.
It would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Is that so?
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
I would eat them. I would eat them alive. Screaming from the toes up. Just kidding. We really shouldn't execute them. They should be arrested. They got a lot of people killed. If I captured them alive, I would not execute them. If I encountered them in a battle, I would kill them. So, in that sense, I would not execute them.
You would spare these animals? Yours is a more merciful brand of justice than mine.
Only because they're caught!
In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard.
If they were, trust me, if they were across from me on the field,
well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
As you wish, General.
I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't.
Not your fault, man.
But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword.
Oh, could you have imagined?
But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
Understood. It took longer than I intended. At least you know where I stand. Now that's settled. Arnvald, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta has arrived at the main gates. I don't mean the Vera. These are the Qualyana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Lise is trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all of the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Qualyana would refuse out of hand. We'd best go and see it for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Dalcarius, you've dealt with these Qualyana before. Have you at my side? I actually just saved a rogue group of them, but that's probably not who these ladies are representing. Would they think of Yuan Bo? Well, what would they think of Yuan Bo if he was sent as an ambassador from the Dragon Emperor, especially since he's the greatest mage of the Dragon Children? I suspect there would be very careful. The Caledonians are not very good at ambassadorial play. They are incredibly arrogant, exceptionally prideful, and they see themselves as the betters of all things. Like, they see themselves as better than the Phoenix King. They will not bow to the Phoenix King himself. I think if they were to meet with Yuan Bo, it would be very, very tense, and it would be very easy for there to be a misstep that causes things to crash and burn. I think the Cathayan dragons would be extremely distressed at the concept of the dragon song, and the Cathayans would... I think Yuan Bo in particular, based on the way he likes to... Yuan Bo is a very gifted diplomat. So I think he would handle them, but I think the other high elves involved would be sweating balls the entire time, because the Caledonians would do everything in their power to offend Yuan Bo as much as they can. They would go out of their way to offend him. Because they're just dicks. They're huge dicks. I don't think we necessarily know enough about Yuan Bo to know how he would overall respond. I don't think he would rise to the bait, but I do think that he would find his own subtle ways to jab back at them, and they would probably leave on very not pleasant terms. Son of the Emperor. These two I feel should be executed after a trial, though. Yu Yu Haas has shown he has no line of paid enough, and Laurentius also already had a second chance. He doesn't get a third after the banquet in the wall. I agree. I think, like, if I were in Dalkaris' shoes, I would very much want them to be put away forever. But I would say, like, if we're not going to execute the likes of Fordola, then I don't think it's fair to execute really anyone that we capture. Like, they should absolutely be, like, imprisoned for the rest of their lives, and they should never be free. They should never be free. But if we're not going to kill the likes of Fordola, I do not feel that it is justified to kill them as well, even though what they've done is beyond the pale. I'm fine locking them away and making sure they never go free. Never. Ever, ever, ever. Like, they are done. They had their chances, and they chose terrible, horrible things, and if let out, they'll continue to do terrible, horrible things. But, so, like, they should be put away and stay away. That being said, I also would be like, if they go to trial, and the trial says, oh, you know what, we're going to execute these guys, I would not stop them. I would be like, sucks. All right, it's out of my hands. Not my problem. I guess that's how I would describe it. I would say it's not my problem. Scion, this is Least being an idiot. Having everyone represented makes sense in New Alamigo, but the Quilana are literally tempered slaves of their primal. They act in its interest alone. I agree. I very much agree. I don't know how this is going to go, but based on how the tempered work, they should not be allowed a seat at the table. They're tempered. Like, they're no longer acting in their own will or their own interests. They're acting on behalf of something that we are trying to put down. Dalkaris! Raban! Gods, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss. But we have not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Girabania home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will all be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but we will not have our weapon. But you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords. Did we have an agreement? Need to wait to your meeting chamber. I mean, like, I don't know, they're weird, because they act very different than most tempered. They don't seem to be like the crazy ones that we're used to seeing. But, like, I would have been like, nah, fam. Why do I have a feeling we've welcomed a viper into our midst? I got a piece of, I got a weapon. Byakurenegekai. Oh, and it's more powerful than the one I have. Oh, that's kind of cute. It's like a flower crystal that opens up. Actually, doesn't look too bad with this set. Yeah, sure, I'll keep it. This Koyana elder's intentions seem at odds with what we know of her tribe. What think you, Dalkaris? The enthralled cannot be trusted. Aye. It is said that once a creature has fallen under the sway of a primal, there is no salvation. I strongly doubt the Quilana have suddenly broken free of Lakshmi's will. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The god must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. And we rely on the scions. Yep. I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamegan quarter. You can go ahead if you like, Dakaris. My thanks. I'll see you in the palace. We're hitting what could go wrong territory. Again. Hey, oh, that's Snakist. It's not Snakist, it's Temperist. We're happy to have the other snake ladies here. I don't like the tempered snake ladies. We're falling into the paradox of tolerance trap. Akarius, I've brought reinforcements. Arenvald told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agreed it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Quilana tribe myself, but Alice's reports suggested that they shunned contact with other races, despised it in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy. I imagine Lise was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, it would seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Y'shtola and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Understood. We should join General Alden inside then. Arcadius, do you know of the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. Oh, to the Viper in the House comment. Ah, I see. That makes sense. You're with the Scion, sir. General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside. You'll follow me? Cutscene time! Where hopefully shit doesn't explode. I feel like we're about to get the Lakshmi Extreme fight unlocked. Oh, look at the Queequeg! He's so cute. With his little, like, chocobo robes.
Thank you all for coming.
Alright, see what happens.
I am Lise Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place? Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
No chairs? What is this?
Expertly done. Lise has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kaliana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
Ma'am, sit down.
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Gir Abania devote themselves to our faith. You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi!
Ah, shit, here we go.
Lady of Bliss! Grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
Run! Whoa, what the fudge? How did they summon her so quick?
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
Leash, you fucking idiot! You shouldn't have let them in the door in the first place.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
Her death was long overdue. Ugh. Good shot, Raban. Everyone get the fuck out! Oh, that's cool. That's perfect for the white mages. When we learn that trick?
God damn it! The guards were already turned!
What? Oh, my lord.
Fools!
No, you don't!
Ooh, good shot.
The Kaliana would see us all enthralled.
Why did we let them in?
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvald to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Look at her go!
Ah, whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick. Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
I will say. I gotta say it. I feel like that was kinda super forced. Like, they made Lise very, very stupid for that scene to happen. Like, that was like crazy dumb on her part. Ugh. Yeah, we're gonna let the Tempered in, even though all of our experience thus far is that the Tempered are so far gone that back when we were dealing with like Ifrit and all of them, we literally had to put down innocent people because they couldn't be worked with. But now we're gonna let these ones in. Like, what? Did we forget the lessons we've learned? How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? We can't stay on the back foot forever. No, damn it. I think like that we've already lost. The Warrior of Light on my side. We can do this. Isn't that right, Okaris? During the duty, use the duty action to deflect to dissipate the ether spheres Lakshmi releases during the battle. Be warned that allowing an ally to be enthralled by an ether sphere will result in failure. Oh boy. Leaders of Gearbania, accept my love, worship my light. She means to enthrall everyone. We have to stop her. She'll start attacking. They've done a fine job of blocking our retreat. We must break through. Forget the primal and focus on the foe in front of you. How close do I have to do these?
Why, I offer you peace and serenity.
Light and give up the freedom we've worked so hard to win. Not likely. She has a fun soundtrack, though. Okay, I don't have to target them. Do not your mortal bodies tire? Far better to dwell in a tree. Jesus! Deflect, 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 deflect. Busy, Primal, aren't you?
I shall free you from your hate!
There are too many! We can't stop them all! We can! Keep up with me, lad! I love when you get solo trials with primals. Those are fun.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
We keep fighting! Oh, I just noticed his scar from his forehead. For Dola.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Well, aren't you a useful little tool? Alright! Well, desperate times and all that. Why do you defy my blessing? They brought you into this world over a mistake I made. I'll be damned if I let you taunt me with it. To me! Why did she stay on your guard? I'll cut us a path. Stand ready! You cannot flee my radiance. Oh shit! Run! Quickly, now with the primal is Lise? I can't run away from this. They need us. And we stand and fight together. Alphino, the envoys are in your care. Surely you do not mean to... Very well, I shall see our guests to safety. They forsake eternal bliss. Alright, let's dance. All of you, to me! Oh, I love that they made it where my AoE heals actually hit them. Why are you two staying? She has more than enough strength to handle you both. You need more than 3 to best a primal. If you fall here, who'll be left to stop her? Pitiful, misguided children. Lay down your weapons. Lay down your heads. Uh-oh. What? I can't move. She's going after Lise and Raban. Active time maneuver? This is getting interesting. Luckily, I think because they rush summoned her, she's a lot weaker. I think, Stalkarius. I'll make sure she's worth the effort. Again and again, you refuse my gift. You're so lucky I can't blood lily you.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
She's building up to something big. Come close to me, all of you. Nice work, Fodora. You alright, though? Oh, this is nothing. Oh, it's one thing after another. We have to fight this one. Nice try, Harlot. Why do you cling to your misery? Because you're a hag. She's starting to weaken. Don't give up. Behold my divine brilliance! What in the? The powers have gotten out of control. I'll shield us, but you have to finish her off. Now, Waffle! Now, Waffle, Dola's taking the brunt of it. I'll not lose to the likes of this. Quickly! I can't hold her off forever. I'm casting as quick as I can! Kill her! You need to kill her now! Hold on, Fodola. Need this now for Al Amigo! Oh, she's limit freaking! Get her ass, Lise! That was like 20% of her health! Holy shit, Lise, what a hit! Oh my god! She may be dumb, but she do hit hard.
We did it! We beat her!
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
I will say, at least did a dumb shit thing letting him in, but she turned around, she thought of a good solution. I would have totally forgotten about Fardola in that scenario. Uh-oh.
7 hells. It's her, the Butcher.
She gets to empathize whether she likes it or not.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
Good scene. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, some quick questions I saw came in. Does Warhammer Fantasy have any big Lovecraft influences outside of the Fisherman and Minor? No, Zinj is not minorly influenced by Lovecraft. Zinj is massively influenced by Lovecraft. Like, Zinc steals a silly amount of shit from Lovecraft. He's very, very Lovecraftian in design, theme, exploration, and name conventions. Prometheus, thank you for the super chat. Does Stromfels have demons? Yes. Well, he should. I don't know of any demons of Stromfels, but he should have demons. Maybe the fishmen are his demons. They could be. If yes, then should not Solostra as an emissary need to get access to summon them in game? Well, that would require fishmen to be added to the game first. The closest thing Stromfell has to dedicated servants, by the that is established in the lore are the Sharkmen. The Sharkmen of Stromfels are like his guys, but they're more like mutations, extreme mutations that are dedicated to him or like seen as an expression of his will. Stromfell is technically not a Chaos God? Well, that doesn't matter. All gods have demons. Well, servants. Well fought, Dalcarius. Arenvald. That was a near thing. Aye. Our stand against the Kolana would have been brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... it's my fault. My stupid mistake. Hey, lass, we were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson and watch our own more carefully in the future. I mean, it was stupid, but you were trying to be good, but it was dumb. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Kolana keeping their weapons springs to mind. The primal servant is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Yistola of the Goat? Thanks, Yistola. We'd appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fordola turned up. What was she even doing there? I asked her to come. Well, that explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnfried was right. The victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She just wanted to fight for her country. You say the world in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became. Then, as an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance. We risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, and I want to help people let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face if that's what it takes. 'Tis a long and arduous path you've chosen, but one well worth taking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be not to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you're not interrupted. Acarius, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest, you've earned it. Well, that was messy.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens.
Huh, we have to stop meeting like this.
The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government modelled on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people. 'Tis a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
Oh! Hello, Sultana. You've traveled quite some way. It's a very good warrior of light to know when he's not needed.
Forget something?
Haha, surprise.
Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
She's firing him?
But, Your Grace...
Raubon, I am no longer a child.
Oh, Nanamo.
Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Uldar.
Man, that's the most pimp-ass thing, Nanamo's.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Nanamo the goat.
Yes, Your Grace.
Man, 4.1 is like, look how fucking awesome Nanamo is, the patch. That's so sweet. Simon, thank you for the super chats. Oh wait, I missed a couple of super chats. Wait, no, I only missed 2. Thank you. I can't entirely blame Fordola for the path she walked, given that her father was murdered by his supposed countrymen. It's not a justification, but I fully can't blame her either. Yes. What? So, you know, the cruel irony to Fordola is that if she had put all of the hatred and vitriol that she felt during that event, if she had put that all towards the Garleans, even if she had done, like, just as bad of, like, war crimes, so to speak, but if she had only aimed her hate against the ruling elite instead of, like, everybody, she would have been hailed as, like, a hero of the rebellion, right? Sorry, thank you for the super chat. Especially since the start as a crowd of people of all ages began by attacking and throwing rocks at her, a child. As far as we know, her parents were only trying to make things easier for her future. Yeah, I mean, I don't think her parents were like, oh yeah, we're gonna start up with the Garleans. They literally say, like, we're just trying to, like, they'll say, they literally say in the cutscene, like, one day people will understand, like, this is the way we survive. Like, they had a kid, and they were like, we have to do literally whatever it takes to provide, and that meant, unfortunately for them, the only way they could see was they have to, like, lick the boots of the oppressor, which sucks. And, like, the Garleans set her up. Like, the Garleans fully set her up, but that also does not excuse her from the just heinous shit that she did. Like, how she came to be is understandable, but she is a perpetuator of, like, the most horrible form of violence. I actually don't think her choosing to serve the Garleans is the most horrible thing that she did. It's the hatred and the sheer vitriol with which she does it that made her as bad as she was, you know? Like, if she had been just doing what it takes to survive, then I think almost everything she would have done in service of that would have been totally forgivable. But it's like her mother, right? Her mother in that cutscene, her mom is like, why are you going to serve in the military? Like, what are you doing? Like, you don't have to do this. Like, she was hell-bent. It's interesting. She talks, when in the back of the cutscene, she talks about freedom, but what she really just wanted was revenge. And she just wanted revenge on everybody. Like, she wanted to fuck up the Garlean, she wanted to fuck up the Alamegans, she wanted to get literally everybody. Which, there's just no end to that. Right? Like, there's no... The source of her rage was so vague that there's, like, because she could have held the people that were there at that time responsible. Or she could have seen that she was being used as bait by the oppressors. She was being used, her and her family were being used as a punching bag to give the poors something to lash out at. But instead, she's just like, I'm just gonna kill everybody. I'm just gonna fucking destroy everybody. Because the Garleans didn't throw the rock that killed her dad, but they might as well have. The Garleans are the ones that created that situation, and the Garleans had the choice. We explicitly see the Garleans had the chance to step in and de-escalate the situation. Like, they could have, like, her mom was like, hey, we're citizens, help us. And the Garleans went, nah, fuck them. Like, the Garleans are just as bad, in my opinion. In my opinion, they are just as, well, they're worse, actually. Like, those people losing themselves to a mob frenzy and killing your dad, that is terrible. But the Garleans, like, were totally, like, they just let that happen. They wanted it to happen. I mean, the officer literally says, nah, let her, you know, let him get killed because then they'll be too tired and they'll be more compliant. Like, the Garleans, if she wasn't a child, if she was an adult, and I think her mother realized that, which is, we don't get to see a lot of her mother, but I got the vibes based on the cutscene we see later that her mother understood. Like, her mother understood that they were basically used as bait and didn't seem to hate other Alamegans. But was just like, we gotta keep our heads down, we gotta survive. Like, we just gotta survive. But for Dola to be like, well, I'm gonna go sign up with the Garleans in order to free myself from their cycle of oppression. I will join my oppressor and rise up above all of my fellows, because fuck my fellows. Like, you can understand her logic, but it's also a really faulty... It's just not a good path. Like, there's just no way it ends well. I like her as a character. I like Fordola as a character. I mean, I dislike her, but I like... She's a well-written character. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
Yeah, maybe let's not invite Tempered into the city anymore, okay?
You're kind to include me, Lise. But we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project.
Holy shit, they moved quick on that.
She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
He was.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
He does all the time!
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
That boy gossiped like nobody's business.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest.
Yeah, he guilty, though. He real guilty. Not that I hate him for it. I love the tea. Here's the big announcement.
But I must yield the floor to Rauban. He has an important announcement to make.
That's why she says his name different than, like, literally everyone else in the game. Rauban instead of Raban. She really emphasizes
As
that
of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
So does that mean Pippin is also a member of the Syndicate now? In order to have that post?
It would seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
I like Raban King!
You may be getting on in years, Father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Smooth, Pippin. Smooth.
Yes, the Bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
How have we not gotten him like a Magitech arm?
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor. And you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
I like how one chat says yes he is and the other chat says no he's not.
Does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If you'll have me, you're like the greatest general in the world, alright.
If, he says. Welcome home, Rauban.
Yeah, right? Feels more like a hug moment than a handshake moment, but alright.
Well, that was unexpected. Though you seem distinctly unsurprised.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Either you're more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch.
Maybe it's both.
In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Have we ever seen magic prosthetics? They gotta exist. Ain't no way they don't. Magic is so silly. I just realized that guy's a potato baby. Yeah, it's his adopted son. Yes. Pippin is his adopted son. I think it's about time I headed back to Ralga's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alice will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you, if you've no objections. I'd welcome the company. Dalkarius, why don't you come along to the Reach as well once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others? Upon completion of this quest, you will be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the Royal Menagerie attendant. Ooh, we unlocked a nice private area. I've asked enough of you, Dalkarius. My only words for you now are to be those of gratitude. Seems my road has come full circle. I appreciate the support you showed for my earlier decision, overruled though it was. I must assume Father's responsibilities without delay, lest our rivals, both inside and outside Ulda, treat his dismissal as a window of opportunity. Rest assured they will find Tizona's edge just as sharp in my hands. You can look it up on the wiki, double confirm. That seems odd, though, because it seems like the only way Raban was able to get the position in the first place was that he had to be one of the 6 most wealthy men. Like, they call that out specifically in the cutscenes. So I find it odd that his son, in order to fulfill his post, does not also have to do that. That seems like an oversight. Is there any chance for an eventual Kairos Fate Weaver episode of Lordbeards? Yeah, of course. There's a chance for everyone and everything to get an episode on Lordbeards. It's just a matter of, well, you eventually get around to it. It doesn't help when Windows breaks my PC for like 2 days. Fucking Windows. I can't imagine how high my cortisol levels got because of that stupid fucking Windows update. Well, here we are again. Alphino has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. Would seem I missed everything. When I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Y'shtola when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room, I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo-based champions nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kalana. Yes, and not invite the goddamn tempered into meetings, Lise. You can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kind still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. Someone has got to make an effort of reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals won't lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire's learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which is to say, we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and Im tribes first. I plan to have resistant scouts keep track of the Kolana's movements at all times. Which isn't to say we won't, be putting the safety of our allies in Vera and Im. Okay, cool. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the Resistance army out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller, independent groups. And when Conrad passed his command on to me, That authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Raga's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. But that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under a new government, I'll be nominating Raban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. Seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. Return of the Bull! Nope, something's happening in Hingashi. Gosetsu! I do give my thanks to the kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. But there their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. I still can't believe that she's still alive. These dango are delicious. Will you have one? More sweetbreads. I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Did she just spend all of their money on, like, candy? Bah! It is like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden, I shall never know. I am alive, and I must return to my master's side. Come, Suyu. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. Yotsuyu is acting quite different. Still can't believe she survived that shit. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Did we finish 4.1? Because we're getting, like, post-patch content. Or, like, you know what I mean. Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Xenos put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head. Regardless. Pretty sure Xenos is super dead, but alright. Unless they cloned him, which I would not put past the Garleans. I bet they cloned him. Nay, Lord Xenos lives? Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official, and above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. How about y'all produce a live Viceroy, and then we'll talk? The hell's that? Whoever he is, he's fucking pissed. Mona voice her as a child or younger person? I refuse. If the game wants to show me a reason why I should change the way I voice her, then it can do that itself. I ain't fucking doing it for it. Raban's left arm? That's a hilarious fucking title. Yay! We finished 4.1 in one sitting, too. That actually wasn't that bad at all. Well. You know what that means. It's time for more leveling. Because I'm actually not that tired. So now, let's see, which one of these jobs can I... God, I'm out of slots. I have to pee again. I've been drinking a lot of water, which is a good thing. Woo! 3 dungeons and some triple triad. Yeah, I can't do 4 lords until I think after 4.2. So Thaumaturge is next. Hilarious. Wait. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's right. Everyone get up and stretch, move around a little bit, drink some water. Which job am I going to remove from my little cheat sheet here? I don't think I'm gonna do... I don't see myself playing... God, I wish I could, like, add another bar onto this. Too many goddamn jobs. Why don't we put away, we'll put away Monk for now. All right. Back to Thanalan. Do I have mine as 2 separate bars in a cluster? What do you mean 2 separate bars in a cluster? Joy. Back to being pantsless. Godzilla, if you're heading off for the night, thanks so much for coming by and hanging out. I really appreciate it. Tokabuki, I'm going to be honest. I cannot recall if you're a dude or a chick. When in doubt, go for a different voice. The scepter well complements the avid desire for destructive power written on your features. Now we shall complete your initiation with a trial to test the limits of your aptitude for channeling thaumaturgy. Huge hornets, star mobbits, and snapping shrews inhabit this land in abundance. Exercise your sorceress might and slay 3 of each of these creatures before returning to my side. Got it. Why is it always your pants? Because I just don't have baby pants. I don't have low-level baby pants. It's an unfortunate truth. An unfortunate reality that we live in. Triple triad time. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Level 5 Cloud of Nets? I'm level 1. Maybe I'll come back in like 2 or 3 levels. Try not to suicide myself too quick. There's something called a command panel in your actions and traits under extras. Action and traits under extras. Extras. Command panel. Command panel allows you to freely register various actions, commands, including mounts, minions, emotes, and gears for easy access. Okay. Can also be accessed. Okay. Opening the command panel, cursor will default to the center slot. This will allow you to easily reach all the slots. But no, action command can be clicked directly. Open the hotbar palette, then select assign to command panel. Desired command or action can be freely dragged and dropped here. Okay. So close command panel upon executing actions. Open panel at mouse cursor position. Open last panel used. Disable. Okay, interesting. So if I put my command panel like over here, then I could put say, what did I just get rid of? Monk. I could put monk in here. And then I could say, ah, isn't that fancy? Cool. Easy. Get my stupid chocobo out here. Fear me, I have a wand! Umbral Ice and Astral Fire are special stats effects which allow thaumaturges to continuously deal devastating amounts of damage while still conserving their MP reserves. Casting one of the fire spells gives a thaumaturge the effect of Astral Fire, which increases the potency of MP costs of further fire spells. At the same time, it lowers the potency and MP costs of blizzard spells, but prevents the natural or spell-assisted gradual restoration of MP. Conversely, casting one of the blizzard spells gives a thaumaturge the effect of Umbral Ice, which decreases the MP cost of ice spells and recovers MP upon landing an ice spell. At the same time, it lowers the potency and MP cost of fire spells. As the thaumaturge progresses in level, the number of Umbral Ice and Astral Fire's effects which can be stacked at any one time increase. The larger the stack, the more powerful the effect. Learning when to switch between ice fires keeps successful extended battles. Neat. The elemental gauge indicates whether you are under influence of Astral Fire after casting a fire spell or Umbral Ice after casting a blizzard spell. When under the influence of Astral Fire, all fire spells will have increased potency but require more MP to cast. While under the effect of Umbral Ice, all blizzard spells will have no cost and will recover MP upon striking a target. Furthermore, when maintaining stacks of Astral Fire or Umbral Ice, spell the opposite of element can be cast at no cost but will deal reduced damage. Neat. Then I would like those on separate tabs, I think, for the moment. Okay, so it doubles the cost. At least at level 1. Interesting. dum, dum, dum. Snapping shrews. I think they're all down here. Oh, what's this? Transpose. Swaps astral fire with a single umbral ice, or umbral ice with a single astral fire. Neat. Go turn in so I can work on getting pants. Son, excited to be on your final Realm Reborn job. Barring the limited jobs and non-combat jobs, you'll never have to be from level 1 again. That is very nice. Never being level 1 again does sound kind of sexy, not gonna lie. You have the satisfied look of a mage who has utterly vanquished his foes. Dracarys, I formally welcome you to the Brotherhood of Thaumaturges. The purpose of this trial was to gauge your capacity for wielding thaumaturgy, an innate quality the limits of which are bound by the level of etheric energy flowing through your physical being. Ether, the very stuff of life, exists within all living creatures to a greater or lesser extent. Remember this, for it is the most basic law of arcane manipulation. As your experience grows, so shall your reserves of thaumaturgical might. The wellspring of your magical might will also swell in response to moments of extreme terror and duress. When you find yourself seeking greater challenge, when next you crave the thrill of exquisite fear, that is when you shall know the time has come for you to visit me once more. Your burgeoning power strains against the confines of your untried mortal shell. Another trial you must have. From this day forth, your tasks and challenges will be shaped by the teachings found within Thaumaturgy, the Yawning Abyss, a tome penned by the renowned thaumaturge Zozomaya. My brothers, who have not once tasted the bitter draught of defeat, will instruct you in the vital lessons to be gleaned from the 4 extensive chapters that comprise this exemplary work. Much shall you learn about the threats with which a practitioner of our art must contend. The first chapter, the threat of intimacy, falls within Kokobaigo's purview. It's only fitting that one so averse to being approached should teach you the wisdom to be uncovered therein. Oh, yes, Dracarys. I've been expecting you. Allow me to read to you the pertinent passages from the opening chapter to Zozomaya's guide. The threat of intimacy. Ah, how magnificent the potent power we wield. Roaring flames, piercing ice, and shocking bolts are matched not by fist or sword or spear, but the burly warrior waxes fearsome with every closing step. Fish shatter bone, blades slice through flesh, spears puncture soft bellies. Know you this threat, and stand you apart from such men. The last part makes me queasy, no matter how often I recite it. Lesson, however, should be obvious. Keep your distance from your foes. Apart from the agony of being hit, stabbed, or worse, you'll have a devil of a time completing an incantation with an enemy flailing his weapons at your person. Thus the wise thaumaturge always strikes from afar. The further the better. Now let us proceed with your trial. Take this dried fish and set it down in the vicinity of the Silver Bazaar. Next, simply draw back to a comfortable distance and wait for a vulture to swoop in to feed. That's when you ambush the nasty creature with a barrage of deadly spells. Once you have slain the scavenger, be sure to retrieve a generous slice of vulture meat for Fafafono. He doesn't mind us conducting trials so close to his shop. So long as he's properly compensated. Yes, now Kairos, we pay him in sorcery-blasted bird flesh. Sure, why not? I just saw that Aurelia has married the big bird guy. What, Sanguinius? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if being married to a dead person really counts, but, you know. Who am I to judge? Tell her I said that. Whoop. Thunder! Deals lightning damage with a potency of 100. Lightning damage over time. Can only be cast while under the effect of Thunderhead. Granted when gaining Astral Fire Umbra Eyes from an unaspected state or changing between their influence. Huh. Then I do fire. Oh. Weird. Okay. You're done making use of my testing grounds, are you? Cough up the feed then. Vulture meat, breast. Tender white meat suited for sautés. Ha ha ha. Hey! There's nothing so tender as a bit of meat pummeled with wanton wizardry. Nice doing business with you, Thaumaturge. Did you say Thaumaturge? As this mage just completed the guild trial? Ah, Master Alchemist, what brings you out to our bazaar this fine afternoon? The gentleman here just slew himself a plump vulture. You'd be surprised at how many of these scepter-wielding sorcerers end up sliced to ribbons by beak and talon. And that's not the sort of flesh I have a taste for, you understand. My brothers, not again! Oh. Apparently there's another one. Can't believe that dude's like, succulent... succulent vulture meat, my favorite. Truly, nothing better. I understand now. Yeah, okay. I'll give that. That's fine. DMG, your hotbar setup. Hopefully you'll find it helpful. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Die, little ladybugs, die! Anything else? Central. No, they're all in Central. Okay, well, I'm gonna just pop on over to Central and kill me the rest of these here grim critters. Fear my pantsless power. What this? Lower their damage dealt. Okay, so it's a debuff. Cute. Need one more cloud of books. There it is. Thunder. It's at the low levels, it's fucking hilarious how fast you blow through your bonus XP from like sleeping. You killed like 5 things, it's like, oh man, you've blown through like all that shit. You've exhausted it. Like, but I barely did anything. Queen. Lion meat, vulture meat? I don't know. I think it's weird when people get into too exotic meats. Sure, I can do this fate, I suppose. I'm not in a super big hurry. Wait! Oh, never mind. It's only gonna last for 30 more seconds. Huh. That's not happening. Let's go here. Frosty's nuts. Frosty's nuts. Oh yeah, I can believe guinea pigs. 'Cause, I mean, guinea pigs breed like so hilariously rapidly. Like, guinea pigs does not surprise me at all in the slightest. They'd be easy to farm and mass produce. Just need the sunbat from the clutch. I know they're in one of these caves in the clutch. I think. Hero? No. Not that one. There they are. Like, guinea pigs can be cute, but they're kind of they're kind of dumb. Like, I don't know. I don't have that much sympathy for them compared to like a lot of animals. My sister had a guinea pig when we were growing up, and it was an interesting critter. There we go. Dun, 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 level 10. Oh, we got sleep. Nice. Classic. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Wait. No. Oh, well. Welcome back. Welcome back, Valkyries. You seem to have done well. Both eyes intact, face appears unshredded. It truly is the most terrible feeling to have one's casting interrupted by a heinous injury. It's one of the easier trials, if you ask me. Keep well away from pointy, slashy, bashy things, you want to reach the end of an arcane utterance. That's just common sense. Fortune favors the fighter who flings fire from afar. I simply love the look of loathing leveled at me by distant duelists distressed by my deadly downpour. Boy. Bunch of nerds. Ugh. We thaumaturges excel at offense, but fail miserably at defense. Our most effective strategy is to topple our adversaries with overwhelming force before they have a chance to respond. Honor is for knights and dead mages. Dalcarius, your studies appear to be progressing nicely. It won't be long before you dominate the battlefield as an avatar of sorcerous destruction. Oh boy, here comes the other brother. So it's true, Buki. Don't try to hide from me, Bygo, or you Bonnie, or Bezzy, or Boha. Kokobusi! What are you doing here? You promised you would teach me next. Well, yes, of course we did, Busi, but Dakarius here was most insistent. And once again, you brush me aside in the hope that I abandon my heart's desire. Why do you deny me? I hate you, all of you. Please, Mercy, you shouldn't say such hurtful things. You know how delicate Bygo is. I like how he just walks in and just shatters their attempted aura. That was Kokobusi, our youngest brother. He so dearly wishes to become a thaumaturge like the rest of us, but it simply isn't possible. The poor boy's etheric levels are pitifully low. We thought we had convinced him to accept fate's cruel quirks when he entered the Alchemist Guild. He yet yearns to walk the path of thaumaturgy. Such as Kokobusi's determination that he spends all his waking moments experimenting with alchemical concoctions, seeking a method by which he can expand his capacity for arcane manipulation. Well, obviously, this is none of your concern. Back to the abyss with you, young thaumaturge. And I mean that in the most encouraging manner possible. They're a little goofy. Ooh, a wizard hat. I have pants! And a hat. Yes, Dakarius, yes. The aura of power surrounding you is palpable. The glare begins to blind my thaumaturge's eye. Your lesson today shall be taught by Kokobani. Go to him and hear from the chapter entitled The Threat of Paucity. Aha! So, Dalcarius, you have come to learn at the foot of the third eldest brother, have you? I promise you, however, your education shall not be third-rate. Let us read from the second chapter, shall we? Are you settled? No last-moment trips to the privy? Very well. The threat of paucity. Ah, how magnificent the ruthless power we wield. Flame devours, ice entombs, and lightning courses through the stricken bodies of our foes. But oh, such desperation when the wellspring runs dry. Flame sputters out, ice melts into slush, and lightning sparks no longer. Know you this threat, and mind you the limits of your mortal vessel. A terrifying thought, isn't it? The thaumaturge who has exhausted his arcane reserves is not but a man with a stick and a funny hat. For we mages, you may as well equate the etheric energy flowing through our veins with our very lifeblood. If the battle finds us lacking in this precious resource, we are as good as dead. Controlling the expenditure of your power requires an understanding of etheric balance. The scales can tip in one of two directions, astrally or umbrally. When your mind and spirit lean in an umbral direction, your thaumaturgy is affected by a state known as umbral ice. The potency of your spells is diminished. They also require less energy to invoke. On the other hand, a thaumaturge in the astral fire state will find the potency of its incantations enhanced, but at a greater cost to his etheric stamina. Now, with the concepts of etheric balance and efficient casting foremost in your mind, I bid you go forth and slay 8 Fs. Pray do your best to stay alive. reflects badly on me when the mauled corpse of one of my pupils is returned to the ossuary. I can feel your concern just dripping. It's not a level 1 hat, it's a level 5 hat. I'll thank you very much. To give my hat proper respect. Fire! Dude, Sadie having a stun is so nice. Do the colleges of magic get cool hats? Yeah, most of them get pretty cool hats. I have to kill 8 of these fucking things? Good lord. Seems a little excessive, but alright. Bum. So I think I killed all the ones that were in this tunnel. As long as you're a final hunt log, I know, isn't that crazy? I'm gonna miss the hunt logs, honestly. I think hunt logs, honestly, were like some of the best. I fucking love hunt logs. Anything where it's like, hey, just go out and explore the world, find different kinds of, go find different enemy types, have fun, explore, kill things. I think that's the best shit. I'm a little sad that we're gonna be saying goodbye to the hunt logs. Oh shit. Got a long ass tongue there, son. And we're in, what, Central Fenland? What else do I need in Central? West, the Clutch, Blackbrush, Ant Sentries. That's going to be over here. Then we can start the fish log. Fish log sounds terrifying, I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, I think I'm gonna try it like this for the moment. Eventually I'll get enough spells where that will no longer be necessary, but this is fine for me. Inari! Hi, Inari. Inari, we finished 4.1. You missed a giant rant. Oh my god, I went off on such a big rant earlier. But 4.1 was fun. We had a good time with it. Oh, is that my first AoE spell? Oh, an AoE's already. How delicious. I hope you're doing well, Inari. Thanks for coming by. Good to see you. I hope you're okay. Life's treating you well. I don't need to kill this one. Whoops. Too late. Fish log is terrifying. There's so many fish. Good. It will be a worthy foe when that day comes. Not yet, but one day. Giant tortoise. That do be a big turtle. Free to heal me at any point, Chocobo. Thank you. Good Lord. Shouldn't have to wait like 3 business days for a heal. Here we are. Hello, cacti. Behold. AoE. Blizzard 2. It's a very small AoE. They use the term AoE a little generously. Huh? Huh? I got on a big rant about how much I hate the monitorists. Because they played a notable role in 4.1. But it's okay, we got through it together. But I really, really enjoyed the stuff that we did with Nanamo and Raban. Twas good, twas good. You were doing a special event? What special event were you doing? Did I miss something important? Yeah, I was about to fly in the air for no reason. Ice, fire, lightning. Ba, 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 13. I think that's everything in Central Thanalan. Yes. Yes, it is.
Aha! You're right. Perform me upright and breathing. Wonderful. It's so much simpler to pose questions to a student without having to resort to necromantic divination. Tell me, Dalcarius, what action would you take if you found your thaumaturgical endurance exhausted in the midst of battle? Flee. Oh, most practical indeed. A discreet withdrawal to await the replenishment of your energies is a sound strategy. But should there be nowhere left to run, a vial of ether can be your stoutest ally. Ah, ether, the drought of the gods. We thaumaturges, indeed any who practice the arts of arcane manipulation, value this substance above all others. Thus is with unbridled fury that we received the most recent report of Beastman activity. It seems an Amulja raiding party has attacked a caravan on the trade routes and made off with an entire crate of precious ether. The time has come for you to put your new knowledge to the test. Annihilate these Amulja bandits. Retrieve the cargo of ether-filled vials. According to the report, their armored war transport was last spotted to the south of Tribone. Ah, and I believe Kokobuki has an additional request. While you are busy incinerating Amulja, be sure to collect some samples of their blood. Assuming you can draw any from their smoking remains. Okay.
Alright, Hawks, that's good. Simon, thank you for the super chat. Black Mage is also the first selfish DPS in the game, meaning they have zero utility or buffs for anyone else, just pure damage. The other two are Machinists and Samurai, just pure nukers. Love it. Sometimes it's good to be a little selfish. And at least they have a debuff. Nope. Get blizzarded, idiots! Time to murder some nanny goats. I mean, damage reduction is still useful for party dynamics. Oops. Blizzard, lightning. Blizzard, blizzard, blizzard. interrupt me? How dare you? Lucid dreaming, let's go. Oh, lucid dreaming is like god tier in this career. Nice. I'll take that. I think what I'd like to do for tonight is to get to level 16 and then do a leveling dungeon, and then we'll probably call it a night.
Do I detect the scent of ether? I trust that stench is Amalja blood. Yeah. Oh, 10 vials, 20, 30. The sight of so much ether is just so very comforting. What have we here, Kokobani? Is this the crate that was stolen? I see Dalkaris' lessons have had the desired effect. I will assume the vile viscous liquid you have there is Beastman blood. Kokobusi should be pleased. Let's go with Kokobusi. Busi, that'll work. Kokobuki! You left word for me to visit the ossuary. Have you finally decided to begin my training in thaumaturgy? Ah, Kokobusi! Good of you to come. Dalkaris here was kind enough to obtain a supply of Amalja blood for you. An alchemist acquaintance of mine explained how you had been using the substance in your research to create a mana-amplifying elixir. Naturally, we are most interested in the results of such experiments. So you see, Busi, your work as an alchemist already puts you in a position to work alongside us. You needn't become a thaumaturge to be a part of our family. That's right, Busi. Besides, the battlefield is a dangerous place, and our skills are not exactly suited to keeping others safe from harm. I see. This is but another attempt to dissuade me from pursuing my true calling. I do not want you to cheer me on for the safety of my workbench. I want to fight at your side. Busi, we just cannot stand the thought of you being harmed. Pray do not do anything foolish. I do apologize, brother. Sometimes I sometimes forget how difficult it must be not having a natural aptitude for the arcane arts. As I mentioned before, Dalkaris, Kokobusi is dangerously unsuited to the wielding of thaumaturgy. Even with the proper training, he would be unable to cast the magics as we can. Were he attempt to force a manifestation of power, the strain on his etheric reserves would likely kill him. But let us not dwell on this unpleasant circumstance. You, on the other hand, are brimming with thaumaturgic potential. Remain diligent in your studies and do not cease in your efforts to expand your wellspring of power. Oh. Poor little guy. He's just a poor little guy. These are all about equal. I'll take gloves. Does all the foolish things? Yeah. That does seem the natural progression, don't it? Western Thanalan awaits me. Sai Sodek, have you seen the canceled Horus Heresy MMO? Yeah! Is it bad? Is it... Guys, am I a terrible person for being kind of glad that that didn't turn into like a big successful thing? Like,
I feel like the MMO market is very, very difficult to break into these days. But like, God, I would have been so upset if there had been like a very successful, if there had been like a really successful Horus Heresy MMO, I think I would have debated throwing myself off a bridge. Like, oh, that would have been damning for like people that don't just worship Space Marines. I cannot imagine many things worse than an MMO where your only career options are to be a Space Marine, or another Space Marine, or another Space Marine, or a traitor Space Marine, or another Space Marine, or another traitor Space Marine. Like, it sounds like a joke. That would be such a shitty MMO. Oh, Stalin, congrats! I wish I got to do that stuff, but it's not my time yet. Yeah, the only MMO that I see upcoming that seems like it's actually going to be viable is like Guild Wars 3 and the Riot MMO. I think Riot absolutely has the money. Like, Riot can make fucking anything. They're so loaded, it's silly. But, in Guild Wars 3, they have the infrastructure to do it, and they know what they're doing. But, like, I haven't heard any other MMOs that I think stand a remote chance in hell. Is Alchemist a level up job? No, I don't think... Is Alchemist a job you can get in this game? Like, is it one of the crafting or gathering jobs? If not, it should be. I love Alchemy. Alchemy is such a cool concept. Wait till you see Swartor. You can be a Jedi, a Sith, or a smuggler. That's still more variety than Space Marine or Traitor Space Marine. Somehow. Alchemist is a crafter. Oh yeah, okay, there you go. So yes, crafting is a job, but it's not really to this job. The footballs. Oh, I'm so close to doing a dungeon, and then we're gonna call it a night. Oh yeah. There it is, Alchemist. I'm already a level 5 Alchemist. Look at me. Aren't I special? It's so funny to me that this career can wield sleep. Parth, have a good night. Thanks for coming by to hang out and help out with like dungeons and stuff. I appreciate it. As always. Goddamn buzzard. Want me to jump on the dungeon one? Yeah, I'd love that, Snotling. If you wouldn't mind. Most everyone's going to bed, so I would appreciate any extra bodies we could get. Blowfly Swarm and Eastern Thanalan. I'm west. Eastern Thanalan, Western Thanalan, the footballs. Oh, I know where those are. Because that's going to be the last thing we do tonight, just so we get a daily. done on this career. Because those dailies just give so much bonus XP. Ooh, this might be a little dicey. Okay, thankfully those things hit like wet noodles. And I got heals. Especially when I can get the NPC to help. Yeah, save me, Flame Recruit! Oh, I think it's because he did its AoE attack. And it hit the NPC. And the NPC's like, how dare you! Nice. Hey, there it is! Alright, and then we might as well finish this hunting log. So we need to go to Eastern Thanalan. And we just need a Blowfly Swarm and Rotting Corpse. And then we'll do our dungeon, and then we're done. For the night. Pew 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 pew. Well, this will be good. We made some very good progress on Thaumaturge today. Oh, hey, Groovy Man TV, what's up? You need a tank healer I can hop over as well? Hey, we'd love to have another person to play with. By all means, feel free. I am up much later than normal, so our usual crew, most of them are getting their slumbers in. And 3's a party right there. At least close enough, right? Alright. That's all we needed of that. And then the flies are in the graveyard. But we're over on Crystal Goblin, if you're so inclined to join us. I see a Stuntling. What? That's weird. Right. Oh, it's because I had ice up. Farah saved. Alright, I'll look you up in just a sec. Just gotta kill one more blowfly swarm.
Enjoys the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Who's more lit? Tyrion or Vlad?
Another level up! Level 17, let's fucking go! Hold on, guys. Bad thing about these Final Fantasy streams, I do so much talking that I have to constantly drink water. And the more water I drink, the more I have to go to the bathroom. I'm just constantly in the bathroom. Alright, player search. Search conditions. Farah. Excuse me. There you are. I'm also going to send you a friend invite, and I'm also going to invite you to our link shell if you're ever interested in playing with us on a regular basis. I can't believe this is my last Rome Reborn job to level. That's crazy. Oh, my items suck. Hold on. Does that get me high enough? No. Hold on. I gotta go. I gotta go get gear. Gotta up my gear. 1 sec. I just gotta go buy some cheap shit real fast. Who's more whipped, Tyrion or Vlad? Vlad. Vlad is by a lot. Tyrion functions mostly independently of Alariel. The same cannot be said for Vlad von Karstein. I really want a fantasy old world CRPG from Alcat once they're done with Horus Heresy or Dark Heresy. I agree. I'm looking forward to Dark Heresy. I have the alpha code. I need to schedule time to do a playthrough. All right, let me just buy some gear real fast. Should be able to just buy tool jeweler. We want level 11. Yes. Neck, wrist, neck and wrist is what I need. Oh, there's level 16. Excellent. Level 17. Excellent. Wait, what? What did I just buy? I bought the wrong shit, didn't I? I said all classes, I thought. Cannot change gear now. Oh. What? Strange. Odd. Let's do this. Thaumaturge. I think this shows me what's like best for my job. 20,000. Let's try that. My gear is terrible. Let's try better. Okay, that's fine. Let's try a better hat and chest. God damn it. Which item is screwing me? I'm trying to remember how to look at what item level is this. Oh, 16. Oh, I'm an idiot. I was looking at high level dungeons. Oh my god. I'm not a smart man. I'm tired. I was looking at the wrong thing the entire time. Great, awesome. Alright, well, I guess we're waiting for that to trigger. We can go ahead and just start the next quest. God, I'm so stupid. Oh, I'm so dumb. Okay, whatever. This is nice, though, because this means I can finally sell all of the gear I don't want that's below level 30. Like, I can just completely sell all of it. Alright, well, we're waiting for this to pop. We'll go ahead and start the next quest, just because why not? Come, Dalcarius. The yawning abyss beckons once more. Today, Kokobezi will instruct you from the chapter entitled The Threat of Superiority. You are come for your lesson, Dalcarius? Then heed my words. The threat of superiority. Ah, how magnificent the intimidating power we wield. Flames see the air, ice frosts the ground, and lightning flashes with blinding incandescence. But not all are cowed by our elemental fury. Ignite not your flames, summon not your ice, and strike not with your lightning. Know you this threat, and stay your hand against such foes. When you cut away all the overblown imagery, the passage draws attention to an important tactic. A wise thaumaturge does not engage in battle against opponents he cannot defeat. A fine example would be avoiding conflict with Ulda's multitude of furious merchants. These soulless, ravening creatures are afflicted with the madness of insatiable avarice. Based, Kokobezi? Based? Do you perhaps recall the crate of ether you retrieved from the Amolja bandits? Well, a number of irate peddlers have arrived at the guild with the gall to demand recompense for the few measly vials we emptied as our just reward. Alright, yes, we drank the entire bloody box, but the point is that the guild cannot presently afford to pay such a sum. Thus, I pass on to you the secret of my last and most potent defense. Shameless weeping. Dude, the Thaumaturge guild is so fucking goofy. I'm not speaking of a few tears here. I want you to stride right up to these tyrannical traitors and cry your eyes out. Sure. Yeah, I guess we could just try guilting them. I suppose that works. I cry behind my mask. Well, you didn't cry about a few vials of ether, lad. I'll tell you what. Dry your eyes for me, and I'll take care of the loss out of your own purse. Alright, son. I know you're the one who chased down those Amolja brutes for us. I'll let it go this one time, for your sake. Weep. May I try to just a moment? Yeah. It's not that... Oh dear, I'm not angry at you, you understand? It's those 5 ether-addled brothers I take issue with. Until the next time this happens, I'll have the price taken out of their unprincipled hides. Wow, that's impressive. I don't have any of those. Got a hen? A calf? A tiny little seahorse. Mock-up Grin... Oh, Grinwat, that's one. And then a flying fucking chair? Crazy. Yo, Starlight, what's up? Hold on, if I'm gonna be in the presence of a friend, I should look the part. Crying works? Crying does work. I should go turn this quest in. A masterful performance, Talcaris. The sniffling was a nice touch. You will, however, encounter foes who are unmoved by such piteous wailings. Take this recent request, for instance, which I have nominated to serve as your next trial. A team of scholars has asked for automators to destroy a cursed relic they unearthed known as Mormo's Urn. While pottery is, by and large, immune to tears, it is the Alacran thieves that subsequently stole it that concern me. The Alacran are an organization... yeah, I'll read all this when I get back. Ah, classic. It's still so funny to me that because Snotling hasn't played the game in such a long time, he gets the cinematic view for every dungeon. Not gonna lie, Farrah Sage is a... That is a good-looking cat. It's a tiny-ass skirt. Fireball! Fireball! When do you think the Lord of the End Times June showcase will happen? Either this week or next week. I mean, it's gotta be one of the two. Oh, nice. I got Swiftcast. And I also got Fire 2. Let's fucking go. All right, let's move these around a little bit. For the moment. AoE fires just what the doctor ordered. Ugh. The AoE spells have such long cast times. I don't even have enough time to cast. They kill everything so quickly. Fireball. Level 8? No. Oh, level 19. Alright. Fuck yeah, dude. Galvaneth the Dominator. I don't have my limit break. No, whatever, I don't need it. Level 20, let's fucking go! Man, I didn't get a single piece of usable gear that entire dungeon. Lame. But level 20, let's fucking go! Alright, let's go ahead and finish this quest real fast. Let's see. The Alacran are an organization of criminals not normally known for their gentle, understanding dispositions. Rather than attempting to engage an entire gang of their thugs, I would suggest you neutralize the threat to your person with a well-timed sleep spell. The Alacran have been seen traveling in the southeast of Drybone. Find them and destroy the urn they carry. Alright, we'll knock this out and then we'll call it a night. That way we're not ending with a half-done quest, which is a little awkward. Imagine if we got Tigerman Companion. Oh, I found an A rank. Man, I'm finding A ranks all over the place, but I don't need it right now. I can't be bothered. Duty commenced. Sleep. Looking for a... Wait, is that an AoE? Oh, all nearby enemies can sleep as well. Nice. Hello, Mormo's urn. Just gonna quickly smash the shit out of this. Great man, thanks so much for helping out. Takara's a moment, if you please. Pray allow me to shatter that urn. I thought that if I assisted you with your task, then my brothers might finally deign to take me seriously, so I followed you. What have we got here, then? A couple of nosy sand rabbits that are about to get skinned. Oh dear gods! Where did they come from? I'm no thaumaturge, but I still have my tricks. Are you injured? I have a salve for that. But the urn. We're supposed to smash the urn. Look at grief. Okay, I guess we're murdering everyone. So much for stealth. That was simply incredible. Dalcaris, I wish I could wield the same sort of power. I became an alchemist in the hopes of creating some manner of mana-amplifying elixir, but all my efforts have been for naught. The results have been far too mild to make any difference. I'll never be a thaumaturge like my brothers at this rate. I'll forever be the pitiful, powerless sibling. I like how us walking side by side is just him in frame, and then it's just my thighs, and that's it. It's not even my thighs. It's just my, it's just the bottom part of my legs. Morbo's urn. If I destroy it, then maybe my family will see what I'm capable of. It talks. Wait! Don't you dare break my urn! Ah! What the? Did that piece of pottery just talk? Are you Mormo, the void scent? I need to give it a nicer voice. Well, yes, I am Mormo, but I'm one of the nice void scent. It was the nasty ones that sealed me up in here for helping a mortal. If you would be so kind as to open the lid of my urn, I would be happy to grant you a wish. Anything you desire. Fortune? Fame? I'm really not interested in fame or fortune, but perhaps there is one thing. I'd like to have etheric power to equal that of my brothers. Power, is it? A perfectly acceptable wish. In fact, I sense the latent ability buried deep within your spirit. It will be a simple thing for me to turn it loose. What more is there to think about? Open the lid. Shouldn't I, like, grab him and say, hey, kid, don't? It's a trap! Well. Ooh. I don't feel different at all. I think Mormo may have been lying. Come, Dalcaris. It's time we were leaving. Oh, were we supposed to break this urn? And that is that. Yes, this will be such a fun... And, I mean, it would be nice to return home after all this excitement. My man got possessed right in front of our face, and we're like... Not my problem. It's not my problem at all. Almantis, hi, good to see you. Almantis, we finished 4.1 today. Hooray! And we also got Thaumaturge to level 22. Good lord. We're leveling like a fiend over here. Welcome back, Dalcaris. I am glad to see you making a habit of not dying. Before we discuss your trial further, however, I would ask you about Coco Busey. When I saw him but a few moments ago, he seemed odd. Well, odder than usual. Do you happen to know aught of it? Coco Busey joined me at my trial. Hey, Busey was at your trial? It is extraordinarily dangerous and foolish to interfere with the Thaumaturge's training. I shall have to scold him most heartily. Such unpleasantness aside, I'm impressed that you claim victory in spite of this unexpected development. The teachings of the Yawning Abyss have served you well. With your experience and control thus demonstrated, I believe you are ready to add a new spell to your repertoire. Scathe. This elementally neutral blast of force will prove effective against all manner of opponents. As I'm sure you are eager to test this incantation's efficacy, I shall grant you leave to return to your training. I pity the next hostile creature that crosses your path. Cool. And give me a sexy new cowl. You've learned Scathe. Nice. Alrighty, folks, and that is gonna be us stopped for the evening. I hope you all had a good time. Hope you all have fun. We will be resuming Black Mage leveling tomorrow, but we got to level 20, which is pretty awesome. That's we're doing great. We're doing great. We'll have more hunt log to do. We'll also have more leveling to do, but we're almost done with the Thaumaturge. We've only got 3 more quests for Thaumaturge, and then it's time for Black Mage. So we're doing good. We're doing very good. But we are going to call it there for the evening. I hope everyone had a lovely time. I don't think I can even be bothered to go put the rest of this shit up. I'll just activate the things that can be activated, and we'll deal with the rest of this later. But I'm quite tired, and we do have Lorebeards in the morning, so we will get around to that. Sion, thank you for the last-minute super chat. Do you think the Empire should get some token Imperial Dwarfs and Imperial Ogre units eventually? I feel halflings are at least guaranteed if/when we get a Southern Realms /Dogs of War DLC. I don't know if I would make them like a bespoke unit unless they were part of the Dogs of War roster. If they were part of the Dogs of War roster and they were offering like unique units or unique gimmicks, that would be something that I would be much more likely to suggest. 1, 2, 3 mark, elite mark. Those are all things that I think would be worth discussing. There we go. That actually massively cleans up my inventory because I don't need those mark bills over there. But anyway, we got a lot done tonight. 4.1 we completely did in one sitting, which is great. And we got a lot of good things done. Is this an instant cast? Yes, it is. That's really nice. So, thank you all for joining me. I hope you have a lovely evening. And we will be back with more games soon. I'll see you all for Lorebeards here later today. The plan, I believe, is to start Elden Ring on Wednesday, so do look forward to that. It'll be the first of our stream games we're going to start working on, so that'll be a whole thing. But yeah, with that, I'm going to go ahead and head out to my outro screen. I'm going to try and find someone to raid, though it's very, very late, so we'll see what happens. But take care, have a good evening, and good night.
you